Security Committee, former U.S. Navy SEAL. Great to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT. Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with a big update on our huge Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. We had to move the date to Thursday, September 12th. We'll talk the election, all things Trump, 2 days after the next scheduled presidential debate. Think about that. Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr., now September 12th, Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. All the ticket details and everything else at 1210WPHT.com. Be there September 12th.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our Timeshare Exit Information Kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A mixed day on Wall Street Tuesday. The Nasdaq down 223 points. The S&P 500 down 27. The Dow, though, was up 203. Important news today from the Fed as the Reserve Bank will announce its latest decision concerning possible interest rate cuts and whether or not a cut could be made as soon as September. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell will speak this afternoon. Microsoft reported a 10% increase in quarterly profits yesterday. Its fiscal fourth quarter profit up $22 billion with total revenue of $64.7 billion for April through June. That's up 15% from last year. The growth led by cloud computing. Quarterly revenue rose 19%. Microsoft's productivity services, such as Office, up 11%, and its personal computing business was up 14% from last year. Meta reports earnings today, Amazon and Apple tomorrow. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Former President Trump's campaign has unveiled its first ad against Vice President Harris after buying up ad time in several swing states. This one highlights the job President Biden had given her to uncover the root causes of mass immigration.
Under Harris, over 10 million illegally here. 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl. Brutal migrant crimes. And ISIS now here.
Do you have any plans to visit the border? You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. I mean, I don't understand the point that you're making.
But the former president's also found himself on defense. Fox News host of the Ingram Angle, Laura Ingram, asked him this week if he would leave office after serving another 4 years, following comments he made to a Christian audience that they wouldn't have to vote again after this election.
Typically, Christians do not vote. Why it is, I don't know. You're rebellious. Something's going on. Don't worry about the future. You have to vote on November 5th. After that, you don't have to worry about voting anymore. I don't care, because we're going to fix it. The country will be fixed, and we won't even need your vote anymore because, frankly, we will have such love.
Criticism's been on his vice presidential pick, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, for a comment he made in 2021 about the Democratic Party being controlled by childless cat ladies. Former President Trump told Ingram, J.D. just likes family.
I think a lot of people like family, and sometimes it doesn't work out. And you know why? You don't meet the right person, or you don't meet any person, but you're just as good, in many cases a lot better than a person that's in a family situation. But they took it and they spun it differently.
Meanwhile, Democrats like Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro are focused on calling the former president and Vance, as well as his campaign, weird.
He kind of meanders over, can't really walk well, and he goes over to the flag and he hugs the flag. I mean, I love the flag, but it's a weird thing he does, right?
The latest Fox News polls have the two tied in Michigan and Pennsylvania, and the former president's up by just 1 point in Wisconsin, though overall, his unfavorable rating is higher than his favorable, and Harris's favorable and unfavorable number in 2 of these states are even.
Politically speaking, fave and unfave ratings don't necessarily correlate exactly to what you see when voters show up to the polls.
Erin Preen is a Republican strategist at Axiom and former communications director for President Trump's 2020 campaign.
We've seen time and again where voters may say that they don't necessarily like someone, but they'll vote for them. I think the bigger thing here is that now it's a whole new ballgame. And the reason Kamala is getting a bump in favorability is because she hasn't been clearly defined yet. She was really put on the back burner in a lot of ways in the Biden-Harris administration. She was supposed to be heading up the border and working with the Northern Triangle countries to try and stem the tide of illegal immigration, and by every measurable standard, completely failed at that job. And so you didn't see a lot of her otherwise in the administration leading on almost anything. So now is the time where Donald Trump and his campaign will be putting the work out there to start to define her. You heard Trump in his first set of remarks after Kamala was coronated the likely Democratic nominee as their presidential candidate. He called her both, quote, untrustworthy and, quote, ultra liberal. What he's doing there is trying to box her in early because everybody, for the most part, remembers that when Kamala ran to try and be the Democratic nominee in 2020, she was rated the most liberal senator and far to the left. Now it's time to bring those policies back out and make her have to defend them now because she didn't go through a primary process. So it's a bit rose-colored glasses on her right now, and it's definition time in the campaigns.
Okay, so to that point, though, he's been largely focused on her past, right? We've heard a lot about her as district attorney, comments she made about defunding the police. I just wonder what the focus should be. You're mentioning the border as well, and her position of, over, root causes of migration under this administration. But the economy is the number one issue, right? So how do you, given your point that she's kind of been a little bit in the background, right? She hasn't been president. How do you tie President Biden's economic policies to her there?
Well, this is part of the untrustworthiness label that Donald Trump has begun to put on her, because she is as culpable for the Biden-Harris administration, the inflation, the high prices, the fact that gas and groceries are more expensive now, the fact that it's harder to own a home in this country than it's ever been. She's just as culpable for those failures as President Biden. And Karine Jean-Pierre goes up on the podium and says that the president and vice president speak all of the time and daily. So she needs this hung around her neck, just the way Joe Biden did. But you can also point back to her past and her previous comment. We want to talk about the economy. This is a woman who supported having taxpayer dollars give illegal immigrants free health care in this country. It's a woman who wants to decimate the energy industry in this country, which would kill jobs and make gas more expensive. All of her policy positions are easy to tie to economically. For that to still be a conversation about what she said previously that she would have to defend as a prior candidate and what she was doing in the White House as the vice president. Because if you don't have a core belief in politics, it's easy to waffle and waver. And that's what we're seeing right now in the early days of the Harris campaign.
Yeah, she now says she's not opposed to fracking. She now supports budget increases on for border enforcement. She's no longer pushing for Medicare for all. She says she's okay with health insurance programs. You're in the communications business. Are you allowed to evolve, or are you stuck where you were?
There's always an evolution in politics, but you have to explain. And a lot of communications is if you're explaining, you're losing. So what the American people will see is a change in policy. They'll be like, well, why were you for it before and now you're against it? That doesn't make sense. And then for the most part, they'll tune out after that. They'll say she changed her position. The American people won't see it as an evolution as much as they'll see it as a flip-flop, because the more you have to say, well, that was when I was a candidate just trying to run in a primary that I didn't even make it to the first set of voting around. But I really believe this other thing now. It makes you untrustworthy and disingenuous, and somebody the American people would think, I don't know what you're actually going to represent if I support you to become president.
So, Aaron, then how important right now is it for the former president to debate her?
I think it's important that Donald Trump debate Kamala Harris. I think debates are always important, especially when we're working in this definition phase and it's such a truncated campaign by most measures. Now, as we have seen in this incredible political cycle, the news moves as quickly as the wind blows. So while this is a short runway for a general election campaign, it's still a forever in politics. But the debate is the opportunity for Donald Trump to show the contrast, to show how he has been successful and what his vision is, and to nail Kamala down on, well, you were for it before and now you're against it. How can the American people trust you? You were for it before and now you're against it. Why don't you have a real position to stand with?
And when he gets pushed by the Harris campaign and her surrogates say, oh, you're just afraid because you won't commit, what should his response be? Should his response be like, okay, the same response that he gave to Joe Biden, which was anytime, anywhere?
He will say anytime, anywhere. But to be fair to Donald Trump and his team, she's not the nominee yet. She is not fully through the process. So it is fair for them, given the Democrats being in chaos, for them to make the argument that she might not be the one that makes it out of the Democratic convention. So, yeah, he has every reason to cool his heels and let the Democrats have to play the chaos that might be ahead of them versus putting his hand on the scale and saying, yes, it's Harris, let's go.
Just a couple more for you, Aaron. Harris's team has been, as focused as they've been on former President Trump, quite focused on J.D. Vance, I suppose, because he's the new shiny thing on the Trump team. But, they've been mentioning some of his comments regarding abortion. The latest focus is this comment he made about childless cat ladies running the Democratic Party. How do you think Republicans are feeling about Vance now that Harris, a woman, is the presumptive nominee?
Trump remains very confident in his selection of J.D. Vance, and it was clear that Senator Vance was a choice that was a generational MAGA movement decision, that it would be someone who could be a beacon for the ideals and policies of the Trump administration well beyond Donald Trump, considering Senator Vance is only 39 years old. If they are going to try to run versus the presumptive Democrat presidential nominee is going to try to run against the VP, that's a missed target by them. People, while they look at the vice president, don't vote for the vice president. They vote for the top of the ticket. They vote for the person that will be the president. So Trump's team can make the clear argument to say, here is my position. Here is our policy platform. Here's what we will pursue for families, for women, to make sure that women have access to the health care that they need. All of that can be there. And they've got to start pushing back more about Democrats continuing to have their top line messaging point be that Republicans are weird. If that is how Democrats plan to run a presidential campaign, is by really low ball name calling. I mean, Joe Biden regularly sniffs the hair of women when he's in public. If Democrats want to play the who's weird game, both sides can play that game pretty well.
Yeah, weird is definitely an interesting descriptor. The timing is interesting for the Trump team, right? Like there's 7 weeks to go before early voting begins in some states. If it's a longish honeymoon with Harris, I mean, could that impact the vote?
The runway is short up to early voting, 100%. But now is the time for definition. The Trump team put out their first ad about Kamala today, calling her too liberal, too radical, defining her on the border on fentanyl deaths. They have to keep that drumbeat up. And because of the money resources that they have received so far to support their campaign, they got to be up on TV running these ads, running these messages, and saturating the market with really as much definitional negative as they can on Kamala. Because right now her team has two choices. They respond to the definitional negative and they put money up, or they start trying to do a bio-definitional on Kamala to say this is who she is and why she plans to run and what she plans to do. So far, what I've seen is that they are more on defense on the Democrats than they are on offense about defining her. Yes, they put out a digital ad, but they need to be more aggressive in their definition of her, because Republicans, they put that money in those swing states, they can define her quickly.
And is it time for the Trump team to send out more surrogates other than J.D. Vance? We have Josh Shapiro and Gretchen Whitmer for Harris. Is it time to put Marco Rubio and Tim Scott to work if they are available?
I think that any and all voices that are supportive of Donald Trump and the Republican candidates should be out there. This is a point where you can use different voices for different messages and be able to saturate the market, put them into local stations, put them into different types of media, put them on podcasts, put them on radio shows, put them on TV, figure out long form interviews you should be doing that are out there to help support the candidate's message. But to be fair, it's been a wild 2.5 weeks in politics. And not only are they having to define a new candidate, they're restructuring a strategy to say which states are we still going to be pushing into? Do we still see an expansion map on the board? And who are our best voices to advocate for that?
Oh, interesting. Right. As the Harris team talks about Florida. Erin Perrine, Republican strategist at Axiom, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Joel Clark, a Select Quote agent, with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and he can't take it with him. Well, I went to work and found Ray, who's 40 and takes medication to control his high blood pressure, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for only $19 a month. That's way more coverage for a lot less than what he was paying. If SelectQuote didn't shop for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote and to find out how much you can save, call 1-800-403-5050. That's 1-800-403-5050. 1-800-403-5050. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Since 1985, we shop, you save.
Get full details on the example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your premium could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
Feeling congested? At Navage, we know life is better when you can breathe freely. Congestion shouldn't ruin your summer. That's why people just like you turn to Navage, a revolutionary and easy way to help clear nasal passages. Using gentle suction, Navage removes allergens, dust, and mucus in just 30 seconds. It's fast, gentle, and incredibly effective. Try Navage and get on your way to a better day. Get Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, Sam's Club, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe better, fast.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
At Gerhardt's Appliances, we're all about summer, so we're on the boardwalk asking you, how can we make yours better?
Oh, okay, bet. Yeah, so I've been blending up my own fruity beach balls and been having major dishes. It's like grade A granola greens.
Okay, well this Bosch dishwasher is on sale for $4.99, and they have the industry's most advanced clean.
Oh, acai. Yeah, that's a great price.
The summer sale is on, only at Gerhardt's, where small business is kind of a big deal.
Wow.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Iran's Revolutionary Guard says a leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, was killed in an airstrike this morning.
Iran gave no details on how Haniyeh was killed, and the Guard says the attack is under investigation.
Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Wednesday, vowing revenge in Israel for the killing, say, we consider his revenge is our duty. There's been no comment from Israel. Carrie Lake securing the Republican nomination for Senate in Arizona after a close race with Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb. She's calling for voters to put aside their disagreements.
We agree on far more than we disagree on.
And we've got to move past the disagreements and focus on what unites us so we can start accomplishing something for this country.
She will face Democrat Ruben Gallego for the seat that could decide the balance of power in the upper chamber. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The United States women's gymnastics team has regained its spot at the top of the sport. After a disappointing silver medal at the 2020 Olympics, Team USA took home the gold on Tuesday in the team event, with Italy winning the silver, the country's first team medal since 1928, and Brazil the bronze. Simone Biles and company earned the third gold medal in the event for the United States in the last 4 Olympics, while Biles adds a 5th Olympic gold to her medal tally. For Biles, it's her 8th Olympic medal overall, passing Shannon Miller for the most career Olympic medals by a U.S. gymnast. Biles will compete in the women's all-around final on Thursday. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I've talked about this before. Coca-Cola's not trying to sell to one race. They're not trying to sell to one sexuality. They're not trying to sell to one religion. They're trying to sell to the world, to everyone. And there are so many people who cover the WNBA or play in the WNBA that truly want it to just be their playhouse. And they don't want the outside world to be a part of it. If you don't agree with them, get out. Isn't that what Serena Williams said with that actress from Abbott Elementary at the ESPYs? Didn't she say, we don't want you, Harrison Butker, in women's sports? Pretty sure she said that, right? No, we don't want your kind. Why? Because Harrison Butker believes something different than she does. And Harrison Butker stands for something different than many players in the WNBA does. I'm not saying every WNBA player is a lesbian or it's wrong to want lesbians to like your sport or any of that. All that's fine. But when you want one group to watch you and it's only the group that agrees with everything you say, you are limiting your business. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Investors expect the Fed to hold interest rates steady when it wraps up its 2-day meeting today. But there is hope that Fed Chair Jay Powell will signal a rate cut could come in September. If that does not sound likely, some analysts say the markets could get ugly. This is the busiest week of the quarter for earnings. A third of companies will be reporting. Today we'll hear from MasterCard, Boeing, and Kraft Heinz ahead of the opening. Then later from T-Mobile, Marriott, and Qualcomm. Amazon is being held legally responsible for more than 40,000 defective products sold by third parties on its website. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says instead of recalling the dangerous products, Amazon sent messages to customers that did not mention the items were hazardous. The products in question include carbon monoxide detectors with faulty alarms, children's pajamas that could catch fire, and hair dryers that could cause electrocution if dropped in water. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Rita Fowler. I was in the car actually relaxing. I was talking to my sister, and all of a sudden, boom, the car hit us. I wound up actually having a stroke. And that's when I decided to call Morgan & Morgan. The whole operation, everything they did from day one, it was self-explanatory. It was text messages, it was emails. It was a no-brainer. When you think that hiring a lawyer is hard, you haven't called Morgan & Morgan.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SCORE for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SCORE for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SCORE.
There's no shortage of fun when old friends are in town. Join us for Toyota Phillies Alumni Weekend on Friday, August 16th through Sunday, August 18th when the Phils play the Nats. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Beat the Heat on Thursday, August 15th at 6:40 when the Phils host the Nats, and fans 21 and over take home a Miller Lite floppy hat. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you are never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you're injured in an accident, we will work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, July 31st.
It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin in for Dawn Stensland once again this morning. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Henry Machette, our associate producers on an action-packed Hump Day Wednesday. Normally an 8:30 appearance by Tony Bruno, but we get him 2.5 hours earlier this morning.
Yeah.
What up, Bruno?
The big finale of the three-peat. Although the Phillies have been losing since I've been on, so I don't know whether this is good or not. Maybe I'm the jinx. The mush.
You know, I never thought in a million years that we would sit here and say that Kerry Lake actually has a victory more recently than the Philadelphia Phillies, Tony Bruno.
Exactly right. Yes, she won in Arizona last night. How about that?
How about that? Put one on the board. I watched that game last night. Austin Hayes, 3-run home run. I thought it would be good. And then something. I'm not sure who or what a Jazz Chisholm is, but I think he just hit another home run again.
I think Jazz Chisholm was with Kamala Harris at the rally in Atlanta last night with Megan Thee Stallion. If you haven't seen the clips of that, Megan Thee Stallion, the rapper, appearing, and the place was packed. And I think the people went there to see Megan Thee Stallion, and once Kamala Harris started talking, they left the building.
So
that's a smart move.
She was the opening
No,
act.
they do.
Yes.
She was the
Megan Thee
undercard.
Stallion. Megan Thee Stallion packed the house, and then there's people
They do-
videotaping people leaving right after Megan Thee Stallion was done.
They've done that for years. They used to do it here in Philly.
Okay.
Hillary Clinton had Bruce Springsteen and Bon Jovi and everybody. They're like they filled the Wells Fargo Center. It's like, no, Bruce Springsteen filled the Wells Fargo Center. You dummies. Nobody came out to see Hillary Clinton.
It is so preposterous.
Yeah.
But you have to watch the clips, and I'm sure we'll have it in the cut sheet. The clips of white women in the front row in Atlanta, which was a primarily African-American crowd because they wanted to go see Megan Thee Stallion and whoever the rapper was, Guavo or Guava or one of those dudes. I don't know, but he's still alive.
Yeah.
The bottom line is, look at the faces of the old white women in the front row watching Megan Thee Stallion and another woman shaking their booty. And it was bootylicious, no doubt about it. But they're like, what the hell did I just come to?
By the way, if you've heard any of the Megan Thee Stallion lyrics, I'm sure it would shock some of those older white women in the crowd.
Can't say that I have. But I'm not
Is she a rapper? And I know she shakes that thing.
I don't.
What does she do?
I think.
By the way, how can a woman be a stallion? Aren't stallions usually male horses?
You would think.
Right.
Not just usually, Tony. That would be always.
Okay, well, how is she a stallion then if she's a chick?
The Italian
question.
stallion, Tony Bruno.
Well, of course, that's I'm a man, and I'm well over 40.
By the way, Phil Almquist, our own Phil Almquist, was at the game last night. Stayed for the whole thing. Stayed until the 12th inning. Stayed for
Well,
the
you're
whole
not going
game.
to leave a game. It was an exciting game, and
It
Phillies were
was.
up 4-1. It was crazy.
Yeah.
4-1. You mentioned the new guy has a big night, and then Jazz Chisholm has had 4 home runs in this series.
Yep.
2 games.
I know.
It's an outrage.
It was 4-1. It was tied at 5-5. Then it was 6-6 in the 11th. Then the Phillies, have a chance. Bases loaded. Can't score a run. 7-6 in 12 innings. Phillies couldn't score in the bottom of the 12th. They've lost 10 of their last 14. Their lead over Atlanta is still 6.5. So the Atlanta Braves haven't exactly been lighting the world on fire. But the Phillies, despite all of this, I look for positive things. I'm not a nattering nabob of negativism, as the late, great Spiro Agnew once said. The Phillies are 65-42, right? They've lost 7 of their last 10 of their last 14. They still have the best record in the major leagues. And guess who they're tied with? With the best record at 65 wins, 42 losses.
The Guardians, right?
Yes, your Cleveland Indians. I'm not going to call them Guardians. I'm sorry. They are the Cleveland Indians. They are more Indian than, I'd say more Indian than Kamala Harris, but she is Indian, so you got to give her that.
More Indian than Elizabeth Warren.
Yes.
I'm more Indian. A penny. I have an old penny that's more Indian than
Although,
Elizabeth Warren.
if the Phillies' woes continue, Tony, we will have to ask a poll question. Who
Yes.
should drop out next, the Phillies or Bobby Kennedy?
Oh.
By the way, I'll be at the business person special this afternoon at 12:35.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Hey, you going to sit in the box?
I'll have decency.
Yeah, yucking it up?
Yeah. I'm a capitalist and a corporate core. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I always hang out with the fans.
I
in
know
the
you
stands.
do.
I don't
I know
go
you
into
do.
the boxes and
I
all
know.
that other stuff. That's what the elites do.
I know.
You know, I'm not an elite. I'm the man of the people.
You are, Tony. That's why we love you.
We got a good big take coming up this morning centered around election integrity. Also a big day yesterday on Capitol Hill with the FBI and the Secret Service. My God, were haymakers exchanged. Mostly from those asking the questions, but at least a little bit of piss and vinegar, so to speak, from those on the receiving end. We'll get to that. We've got sniper emails. Also, apparently Donald Trump had a little bit of an issue at his Bitcoin conference in Nashville over the weekend with the Secret Service. We'll get to that. Kamala Harris last night. By the way, did you see that Kamala Harris, not only the undercard for her own appearance, she adopted a Southern accent last night.
Yes.
I did see that, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, at least she's not trying to do, Barack Obama like Governor Shapiro is in Pennsylvania.
I know. What's up with Democrats adopting different tongues, so to speak?
Yeah.
Well, Kamala launched her whole candidacy on RuPaul's Drag Race last week, and she was just speaking normally. Then she goes to Atlanta and she has to get down with a Southern twang. You know what I mean?
They do that. Hillary Clinton did that too. I ain't trying to be tired. I ain't no tired or whatever she said. I just it's nauseating to hear.
It's disingenuous.
Obama did it too.
Yeah.
But that was Obama's act. Obama started with the staccato.
Yep.
And then now, of course, the dollar store Obama, everybody knows as Hakeem Jeffries, does the same thing. Hakeem Jeffries moves his hands more than I do, but I'm Italian.
Yeah.
He's not Italian.
He's
You
the
ever notice
Bobo
how
Obama.
Hakeem Jeffries talks and moves his hands in cadence with the way he talks. And now Josh Shapiro is doing that as well. And you're right, Obama started that, and then Hakeem Jeffries, and now, of course, Josh Shapiro, all using the same, but they do it in, it's like little 3 or 4 word groups, and they put them together with hand gestures.
By the way, Mr. Bruno, one of our great listeners, Fulton Jack, texted me or emailed me and said Nattering was written by Pat Buchanan.
Yeah, but it was said by former Vice President Spiro Agnew.
Gotcha.
What a name.
Nolo contendere to you and everybody else out there, and that's not a religious thing. Yes,
just passing it on, my friend.
No, I'm not. I didn't say that Pat Buchanan didn't write it. I said Spiro Agnew made that line famous because Pat Buchanan didn't say it.
Yeah,
he wrote it. Yeah, and I'll write it, and we'll do it live.
Well, I mean, why
that
would
was
you
not Pat Buchanan.
Yeah,
that was
do it live.
It was Bill O'Reilly, and who else? Who's that screaming at? Is that
that's Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, we'll do it live.
When he was
okay. I thought that was Zioli doing it.
No. That's Tucker ripping off Bill O'Reilly as he was doing an impersonation, which sounded nothing like it because Tucker Carlson's is like one of his own as far as the way he sounds.
By the way, back to Josh Shapiro for a second. He did. He's dropping curse words again. Like, what is it with these Democrats now that all of a sudden they're like the gloves are off and.
Oh, he's a Montgomery County gangster.
When you're white,
the S-words flying.
When you're a white, wimpy-looking, dorky, weird dude, who was not one of the dudes for Kamala the other night, and that's still getting destroyed all over the nation and around the world, and justifiably so. But Josh Shapiro's trying to get down with the peeps.
That's what they think that they are so superior that they have to speak in what they deem to be less than, normal humans. They have to speak down to them so that those poor, pathetic people can possibly understand them.
Yeah.
The only white woman who could pull off the jive routine was in the movie Airplane. Remember, Barbara Billingsley, Mrs. Cleaver, goes up to the brothers in the thing and says, "Knock yourself a pro, Slick. Hey, I ain't drinking no jive." And I mean, that was one of the greatest scenes. Now, I hope that's not the mystery movie of the week, though, Airplane.
No, we haven't determined that movie yet. We'll get to that by 7:30.
One of the greatest movies ever made.
Agreed.
Right.
91 LSX are on the YouTube chat. Everybody jumping in the chat early. I like this. Says
yes.
doesn't.
Don't forget to like, though. Hit that up button.
Yeah, thank you.
Not up Chuck button. Get that like. It's the white. It turns black, though. It goes from white to black.
Yeah, it's
sort of
racist.
like Josh Shapiro. Whenever you need him to.
He says, doesn't Trump curse at rallies? Yeah, so that's my point, is that the Democrats always used to just, take the high road. And remember, we're bringing the adults back in office, and now all of a sudden they're adopting that language.
Yeah,
Is,
meanwhile,
Well,
the Easter
honestly,
Bunny's
there's nothing
twerking
wrong-
on the White House front lawn.
Exactly.
There's nothing wrong with a few well-placed curse
Oh, I
words.
agree. I wish we could do it here more often, but,
Yes.
we have to protect the license.
Yeah. Page 1 of the book.
Yeah.
I am licensed in your state, by the way.
The FCC really needs to get with the times, doesn't it?
They do. Like, there's the public airwaves. Yeah, it's the public airwaves, and everybody's heard these. We don't program this radio station to kids, although we do well with 18 and 34-year-olds.
Well, I mean, come on.
Of course.
Thank you very much. But, we don't program this to kids. Everybody who should be listening to this radio station is 18 and over.
Yeah.
And they've heard these words,
Yeah.
all of them.
And when I go on my Easter Bunny rant next year, I don't want to hear anybody complain about it, all right? Because your kids shouldn't be listening anyway.
Exactly.
Be a better parent. But keep listening to us because we like that. All right, let's get to a Wednesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning, election integrity 4 years later. It's like clockwork. Every time we enter an election season, whether it's a general election or it's the midterms, election integrity is sure to come up. And now more than ever, it has become of the utmost importance following what transpired in 2020, plus what is going on right now in Venezuela. This on the heels of reports that we shared on Monday's show that the expectation is that Pennsylvania and Wisconsin might take multiple days to collect, gather, process, and report the winner of two of the three most important battleground states. It is, in my opinion, completely unacceptable. We'll have theories, we'll have claims, accusations, and probably lawsuits will be inevitable, in part because our nation has lost faith and trust in government, and two, because it has become the trendy thing to say and do. The election, it was stolen. The election, it was rigged. Election denialism has been on the rise for over a decade, if not longer. And of course, it's a two-way street. But from a media coverage and media criticism perspective, only one side gets away with the claims. Stacey Abrams is a 4-time election denier. Hillary Clinton has always made claims that Donald Trump is an illegitimate president, and all is well. Donald Trump or a Republican point out abnormalities, technical malfunctions, Maricopa County, and other shenanigans, and it's deemed to be dangerous rhetoric. But the Washington Post surveyed voters, and they are worried that cheating will affect the presidential election outcome. They write the following. Quote, despite the mainstream media's constant messaging that the 2020 election was the most safe and secure election in U.S. history, an overwhelming majority of national and swing state voters are worried that cheating will affect the outcome of the 2024 election. That, according to the Heartland Institute, a Chicago think tank. By the way, Donald Trump will be in Chicago. The organization has asked 2,466 likely voters nationwide if they feared cheating would affect the outcome of the 2024 election. Heartland Institute, quote, the most safe and secure election in U.S. history. I remember the establishment telling me that the vaccine was 100% safe and effective. But honestly, it's not what you think. Relitigating 2020 is not going to help you win 2024, and it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. And I know people don't like to hear this, but these are the facts. Regardless of what evidence you've seen on social media, what videos of shady stuff that's been posted, when Donald Trump filed lawsuit after lawsuit, he lost 61 of 62 court cases, some of which were before Trump-appointed judges, many deeming the cases without any merit. Now, the Washington Post continues with the recap of this poll by writing the following. A combined 62% expressed concern about election integrity, with 37% saying they are very concerned, 25% somewhat concerned, 20% not very concerned, and 15% not at all concerned, with 3% answering they were not sure. The Heartland Institute then posed the same question to over 5,600 likely voters in the battleground states like Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and the results almost identical. A combined 62% of those surveyed throughout the 2024 election could be affected by cheating. 38% very concerned, 24% somewhat concerned. The poll conducted between July 9th and July 12th. So are Republican voters prepared to do what it takes to ensure Donald Trump's odds of winning are at their absolute peak? Will the GOP embrace mail-in ballots? Will they utilize legal ballot harvesting? Because you can complain about the referees all you want, or you can fix your own mistakes so that you negate the referee's impact on game day. Little lame football analogy, but it's applicable here. Will you take off? Will you be a poll watcher and make sure that ballots and casting of votes is all on the up and up? If it means that much to you, and it should, you should listen to Linda Kearns, attorney, guest, listener, and caller of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. She called in the Kayal and Company yesterday and had this to say about the 2024 election. Listen and watch this.
So you can apply for a mail-in ballot now, but the mail-in ballots are not printed. The first day they can send them out will be 50 days prior to the election, which is September 16th,
right,
unless there's litigation that holds that off a little bit. So please, I don't want voters to be upset that the voting is happening. It is not in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
I wanted everyone to have correct information, but I am telling you, it is a new Republican National Committee. Laura Trump and Chairman Whatley are committed to integrity. I'm working night and day, except when I'm on the radio with you guys, to make sure that everything goes smoothly. So I just want to assure the listeners, no one's voting yet. You can't even request them until September.
In Pennsylvania and nationwide, go to protectthevote.com. They are recruiting poll watchers as we speak and poll workers here locally in Pennsylvania. You can sign up today if you can take the day off, or if you have friends and family who want to protect election integrity, then do something about it. Don't cry about it on social media. That's the lazy, easy way out. If this is the most important election of your lifetime, and it feels like it is for me personally, then get involved. The Washington Post goes on to write more. The tools for election fraud are everywhere, and that's why people are rightfully worried that millions of illegal ballots might be cast in November. Most states have done little to nothing to fix their broken election laws, which is a recipe for conducting the most important election in our lifetimes that is also the least secure in the Western world. That is from Jim Lakely, Vice President and Director of Communications of the Heartland Institute, in a written statement shared inside the Beltway with the Washington Post. And speaking of election fraud, let's get to Tucker Carlson, who had Mike Cernovich on his show recently. Cernovich has been a Trump supporter, and then he ditched Trump, saying he has no shot in 2024. And Cernovich has said a lot of outlandish things, make no mistake about it. But like a lot of provocateurs that are social media influencers, so to speak, they do get some things correct. I want you to listen to what he said to Tucker about the upcoming election and voter integrity. Listen and watch this clip.
What's going to happen in this election?
Nobody can know, because the Democrats have all these tricks up their sleeves that people aren't prepared for. That, for example, what they're doing now with motor voter registration is they're registering illegal immigrants who come into the country, and they'll just harvest those ballots, right? It's real easy to do. We have 10 or 11 million people in it over the past couple of years on the Biden administration. You register them all to vote. It doesn't matter, because they're not going to vote, so there's no voter prosecution, and there won't be any record of voter fraud by them. But you have all these names now. And a swing state, remember, elections decided not by the popular vote. It's decided by 50 to 100,000 votes in 3 to 4 states, right? So all you do is you need 8,000 votes in Georgia, push them through, right? 20,000 votes in Arizona. You have all these extra names now added to the voter rolls, push them through, right? Wisconsin has those drop boxes back, push them through. And you don't need to do it on the scale of millions. You just need to do it strategically, and 10,000 here, 20,000 here. So that is why we don't know what's going to happen in November. There's no way to know.
That stands out to me because he mentioned motor voter registration, which is happening right here in Pennsylvania under Josh Shapiro. That's the main reason I played that clip for you. Plus, he mentions the Wisconsin drop boxes being back. We covered that story for you a few weeks ago in one of Dawn's Big Threes. And as always, the Big Take comes full circle. We just mentioned at the beginning of the Big Take that Pennsylvania and Wisconsin could take days to tabulate. And let's go back to February 21st of this year. Laura Trump, now in charge of the RNC, making her case to Trump supporters to take advantage of what the system currently is until it can be rectified. Listen and watch this.
If I am elected co-chair of the RNC, we are going to have out of control, like we've never seen in America, voter registration, legal ballot harvesting all over this country, a ground game like we have never seen before, election day operations, poll watchers in every polling location across this country. And we're not just going to poll watch. We have already seen that the RNC has started it, and we will continue doing this. Trained poll watchers. These are people who go in and actually physically handle the ballots. You can count every ballot coming in, so you know how many ballots go out. We are going to have to play this game so much better than the Democrats that we leave nothing to chance come November 5th. And I'll tell you something else we have to start doing. Early voting. I know we love one election day. We love paper ballots. We love everybody to have voter ID because that makes sense, doesn't it, in the United States? We may get back there one day, but we are not there today. And so because of that, we are going to have to start banking our votes. And we do that with turning out.
So are you prepared to be the next Scott Pressler, if need be, for a day? The RNC and Laura Trump are seeking 100,000 poll watchers nationwide, which brings us to the most insane part of this big take, Venezuela. Have you been paying attention to what has transpired over there? AP News headline, Venezuelan opposition says it has proof its candidate defeated President Maduro in a disputed election. As thousands of people demonstrate across Venezuela, opposition candidate Edmundo Gonzalez announced just on Monday that his campaign has the proof it needs to show that he won the country's disputed election in which electoral authorities named the incumbent Maduro the victor. Gonzalez and his opposition leader Maria Corina Machado told reporters they obtained more than 70% of tally sheets from Sunday's election, and they show Gonzalez with more than double Maduro's votes. Both called on people, some of whom protested in the hours after Maduro was declared winner, to remain calm and invited them to gather peacefully Tuesday at 11 a.m. But since then, there have been protesters overtaking their airport after Maduro, a communist, allegedly stole the election. Rioters have torn down the Cuban flag in a sign of protest. Thousands upon thousands taking to the streets. Posters and billboards of Maduro being ripped to pieces. If you've seen the footage, it's absolutely wild. And Axios is writing about it as well with the headline, Venezuelans' sham election collides with U.S. campaign. They go on to write, protesters erupted across Venezuela after Maduro was declared the victor by election authorities loyal to his regime, despite polls showing the opposition was far ahead. And it's had an impact here in America. Secretary of State Antony Blinken expressed, quote, serious concerns about the fairness of the vote, while leaders across Latin America and the rest of the world refusing to recognize Maduro's victory. The unrest is already sparking calls for action from the Biden administration, which had previously dangled relief from oil sanctions in exchange for progress toward a free election. Even after the tainted vote, the Biden administration, according to Axios, likely to take a more restrained approach than the Trump administration did after Maduro's last sham victory in 2018. Trump backed an attempt to topple Maduro and imposed harsh sanctions after it failed. If the post-election unrest grows, and in particular, if more refugees arrive in the U.S., Venezuela could be one of the most consequential foreign policy issues of the 2024 election campaign. So you take what happened here in America 4 years ago, factor in what is occurring now in Venezuela in 2024, and dare to think the way things could play out in America if we get a razor-thin election with results, or if the results take days to finalize. Election integrity. It's the essence of democracy. Without it, you don't have it. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big take this morning. If you want to jump in with your thoughts and reaction, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210. On social media, 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll get everybody's thoughts and reaction to that, as well as what happened yesterday on the Hill. A very explosive day with the FBI, the Secret Service, and what exactly occurred on July 13th as Donald Trump returns to Pennsylvania today. It's Kayal and Company here on a Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash counters, yes, you can get the kitchen you want now, right now. They're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, with 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James B. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Why are prices spiking in Pennsylvania? It's simple. It's inflation. And Senator Bob Casey's reckless spending caused the problem to grow. Casey joined Washington liberals in voting for trillions in reckless spending. All of Senator Casey's spending caused inflation to get out of control until disaster. Everything is too expensive, from gas to groceries, and Senator Casey helped create this mess. Worse, Casey voted to allow COVID relief checks for illegal immigrants and convicted criminals, even murderers. Senator Casey voted to allow more money for illegals, leaving less for us. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act. Paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Hi, everyone. Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12-month same as cash financing, though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Mr. Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra.
Joel Embiid is excited.
The process marches on.
Oh, George, welcome to Philadelphia.
Morris, hallelujah.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
The Sixers will prevail.
Oh, baby! joeconklin.com.
This is a consumer alert to all U.S. taxpayers who owe the IRS back taxes or have unfiled tax returns. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, you can now take advantage of active programs that provide relief to struggling taxpayers and may reduce or eliminate what you owe if you qualify. Even if you are facing liens, levies, audits, wage garnishment, or already in a payment plan, call the Easy Tax Relief Helpline now to check what savings you may qualify for at 800-544-1527. You may qualify to reduce up to 99% of what you owe or for other special programs. Once qualified and enrolled, you can rest assured that your assets are protected and all collection efforts will be stopped. Billions of dollars in savings are available through these relief programs for struggling taxpayers, but you must call to see if you qualify. To see what savings you qualify for, call 800-544-1527. 800-544-1527. That's 800-544-1527.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9-to-5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Where you live, wonder why you haven't before. 6:32. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we continue live on this Wednesday morning, 6 o'clock hour. Brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. For a limited time, get 0% APR for 36 months on select new Mazda models like the stylish 2024 CX-30 or the refined CX-5, and find out which Mazda is right for you. Shop Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading. Visit them online today at piazzamazda.com. He was shot and he was on social media. Those details coming up. But Tony Bruno, I know you mentioned this in the last couple of days as we've been talking about all the big stories and all the big headlines, what's going on in Venezuela. Just want to get your thoughts on everything with election integrity, because you know that's coming. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Robin brought up some stuff and Linda Kearns called in. So, you know, that whole subject matter is right back in our wheelhouse once again.
Oh, no. Sorry, I turned the mic off because Robin took the dog for a walk during the break. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And you're seeing what's going on in Venezuela. And the amazing thing is when you talk about, you know, the Maduro regime and before him, the regimes there, it's interesting that Kamala Harris is the one who is not praising Maduro, but saying that the people in Venezuela now have the right to you know, express their concerns and go out and vote. Never denouncing Maduro, who has been a dictator, a guy who is literally a dictator, a guy who suppressed his people, rigged the election, and then still when he lost, and not just lost, he got swamped in his own election in his own country, the people are rioting. But he has his own goons now going out. Does this remind you of something that happened in 2020 after, you know, people were protesting about the results of an election, and then you had militarized police killing an unarmed former woman, former veteran inside the Capitol building who had no weapon, didn't hurt anybody. So that's what you do where dictators can control and try to shut down opposition. But in Venezuela, the opposition is the people who want democracy, not socialism. They had socialism. The people are sick of it. That's why they're crossing the border and coming to this country.
Right.
They don't want to be in Venezuela. They want to be here. So we're getting all the people from Venezuela who hate socialism coming to the United States where the people in charge want socialism. That's the irony of this whole debacle.
I don't know if you've seen any of the videos, but there are now videos coming out of the protests where they have been breaking into these large warehouses that were owned and operated by the Maduro regime and finding stockpiles of medicine, baby formula, all sorts of stuff that Maduro has been said that there's a shortage of and that there was nothing that they could do. And he's been stockpiling it this entire time.
Of course, that's what dictators do.
Yep.
Now, obviously, Biden doesn't stockpile stuff, although he keeps going to Delaware. Nobody knows why. I mean,
Not a joke.
No, it's not a joke. He doesn't have a traveler's life, but he doesn't have to worry anymore.
No,
Even his wife,
but he's
Dr. Jill isn't campaigning anymore.
He's stockpiling waffle cones for his ice cream. That's all he's
Well,
stockpiling.
who wouldn't?
Well, I mean,
come on.
If we want to go down the road of wonder and question certain things, maybe he's not stockpiling things, but there certainly have been a lot of accidents at chicken farms, at other places where suddenly, I mean, doesn't it seem really convenient that a lot of these our food supply places are going up in flames?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting, too, all these people that are leaving countries like this and fleeing socialism that come to America, and when the day comes when they can legally vote, who they're going to vote for. Because if you vote for somebody like Kamala Harris, who's running on basically a socialism platform, then you have to have your head examined. It's a lot like these people, Tony, when I was living in Nashville, and you've relocated many times as well. You see all these people in the last 4, 5, 6 years that leave New York and California. They relocate to Georgia or Florida or Tennessee or Austin, Texas, or Nashville, and you name it, and then they still vote blue, and you say, well, why did you relocate? Oh, I couldn't take any more of the left-wing craziness. And then they come to the South, and they come to red regions of the country, and they still vote Democrat. It makes no sense.
It makes no sense. Well, the frustrating thing is I think that the people that are spouting for socialism always seem to point out the socialist countries like the Netherlands and France and Germany, but they are not true socialist countries. That's the difference. They don't point out Venezuela or the old school Russia or China. They don't point out those that have failed miserably. They point out countries that have supposedly succeeded, but they haven't been running as socialist countries. There's only certain factions that are socialized.
Right. If you guys want to jump in, your thoughts certainly welcomed. 855-839-1210. So let's get to Trump and let's get to everything that continues to develop. It seems like almost on an hour-by-hour basis for the last, honestly, 17, 18 days since Trump was shot in Butler, Pennsylvania. Explosive day yesterday on Capitol Hill, both with the FBI when it pertains to Donald Trump actually being shot, in addition to now the FBI and the Secret Service having to backpedal and realize and admit and say publicly that it appears that the shooter, Thomas Matthew Crooks, was in fact on social media, which we were told 2.5 weeks ago he was a rogue character. He had no online social media presence. We'll get to that in a second, but I want to play you this. This is K2, because late last week we heard Christopher Wray, and he was still floating out the notion that, well, not really 100%, and I'm paraphrasing here, not 100% sure that Donald Trump was shot, could have been shrapnel, could have been glass. In fact, FBI Deputy Director says there was no doubt that Donald Trump was shot. K2, listen and watch this.
You are the Deputy Director of the FBI, is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Is there any doubt in your mind or in the collective mind of the FBI that President Trump was shot in the ear by a bullet fired by the assassin crooks.
Senator, there is absolutely no doubt in the FBI's mind
It
whether former President Trump was hit with a bullet and wounded in the ear. No doubt, there never has been.
Okay.
I've been part of this investigation since the very beginning, and that has never been raised.
You're sure?
Yes.
It wasn't a space laser.
No.
It wasn't a murder hornet.
Absolutely not.
It wasn't Sasquatch.
No, Senator.
It was a bullet
It was a bullet, Senator. 100%.
fired by crooks
Yes, sir.
that hit President Trump in the ear and almost killed him.
100%, Senator.
Okay, glad we cleared that up.
So that's FBI Deputy Director Paul Abate getting grilled by my favorite senator, John Kennedy of Louisiana. So, Tony Bruno, one of two things here. Either Christopher Wray is a complete imbecile or he is absolutely perjuring himself on the stand because he said last week that there was not confirmation and that there was still some reasonable doubt. Again, I'm paraphrasing here as to whether or not Trump was hit by a bullet.
No, and Christopher Wray backtracked and then changed it. But again, people lying in front of Congress, does it matter anymore? I mean, unless you're like one of the Trump people, Navarro and those guys, and you refuse to appear when you're subpoenaed to appear before Congress, you go to jail. If you completely ignore subpoenas and don't show up before Congress or show up before Congress and lie, nothing happens to you. And so that's what's going on. And now the dynamic, as I watched all of these hearings and the comments yesterday, the assistant Secret Service director, he was already on the seat. He was second in command to the idiot woman that was in charge that had to resign in disgrace, and he was a little cocky. Now, he came out and, of course, said the right things, and it was bipartisan because one thing about these committee hearings on a matter like this, there's no way a Democrat's going to get up there and start talking about, are we sure it was shrapnel? They all have to go after the Secret Service because the Secret Service protects Democrats and Republicans.
Correct.
And people want answers on this most improbable, impossible, all the other stuff that we talk about. There's nothing comes in, not in the same universe as this assassination attempt and just how completely out of control. And you got people in Pennsylvania. There's a guy that hasn't been named who was apparently the guy leading the local call to direct people to do what they were doing, but they refused to give out his name yesterday. That was the biggest takeaway from me. Why was the guy who was the guy in command, who was there beforehand, and then led everybody else when they couldn't get a drone up? They didn't have Wi-Fi to put up a drone. That's what the Secret Service acting director said yesterday. Why didn't you put up a drone when a 20-year-old punk was able to put up his drone and fly it?
Yep.
And they didn't have Wi-Fi. You can get a hotspot for $20. The Secret Service that has a $3 billion budget can't get Wi-Fi in Butler, Pennsylvania?
Very
Come
expensive.
on, man.
Very expensive. I mean, come on. What do you expect them to do? It's just they forgot the password. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
Secret
exactly.
Service 1, 2, 3 pound. My God. Yeah, it really is inconceivable that this is supposedly the best of the best, the most highly trained, the most advanced technology. And you're right. If you're offered a drone, use it. Utilize it. Why would you not? Local authorities late yesterday saying in Butler, PA, that had the Secret Service wanted one of the local people on the ground to be on that rooftop, they would have been on the rooftop. Why the Secret Service, when you're trained the way you are and you're out in the, with all due respect to a farm in Butler, PA, there's only so many objects you can climb up and lay on to attempt to assassinate somebody. And right in point blank range, a Tony Bruno 7-iron away from Donald Trump is a guy on a roof. And I don't want to hear any more about pitched versus slope. That thing was flat enough. Chris Christie could have done jumping jacks on it. It was that safe, all right? And you couldn't get somebody up there, or you didn't think to put somebody up there. That's why people believe this was an inside job, because you can't defend not putting somebody up on that rooftop, Tony. You and I could have surveilled and scouted that area in 13 minutes on July 13th.
And there is more video emerging every single day, every day from this. And they're still like, well, we don't know. And then the shooter, well, he was a right-wing guy. No, he was a left-wing guy. He was on Gab. And then the guy who runs Gab came out and said, I have the text messages. So now they're trying to blame it. Once again, remember when it first happened? Oh, he was a registered Republican.
Yeah.
And so now you got he was he a Republican or was he a Democrat? Nobody cares what he was. He was an attempted assassin, and he got blown away, and he never should have been able to get on that roof. These are facts that anybody who's ever watched Columbo could figure out that this thing, and they're gonna drag this on and on and on, and it's not going to be resolved before the election.
Yeah.
Because they don't want it to be resolved before the election, because this is another example of why people don't trust the government.
Yep.
They don't trust the FBI. They don't trust the Secret Service. Is there any government agency that you trust? Maybe the Postal Service, because you know your local postal person, and they come by and they're just doing their jobs.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the people in charge are the ones who are corrupt and the ones that cannot be trusted.
Yep. Well, you said we're not going to get answers. Rand Paul wants answers by, I think, August 9th. He said yesterday that he's going to have all these people on the floor testifying under oath, and he'll be issuing subpoenas and everything to that nature.
I thought Josh Hawley did a great job yesterday. I thought Ted Cruz did a good job yesterday, and I'm not usually in the business of supporting either of those two. But
how dare you?
The one thing, Nick, that you brought up was the fact that they said that he was online. There were some 700 or something posts from him.
Yeah.
The FBI deputy director giving the timeline of the shooter's actions said this yesterday. Phil, if you want to pull up cut 7, this is Paul Abate saying this. Cut 7, Phil, go.
We believe the shooter, fired 8 rounds. While the investigation has not determined motive, the investigative team continues to review information from legal returns, including online and social media accounts. Something just very recently uncovered that I want to share is a social media account which is believed to be associated with the shooter in about the 2019-2020 timeframe. There were over 700 comments posted from this account. Some of these comments, if ultimately attributable to the shooter, appear to reflect anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes, to espouse political violence, and are described as extreme in nature. While the investigative team is still working to verify this account to determine if it did in fact belong to the shooter, we believe it important to share and note it today, particularly given the general absence of other information to date from social media and other sources of information that reflect on the shooter's potential motive and mindset. These are the facts, in part, that the investigation has revealed to date. While the shooter is dead, our work is very much ongoing and urgent.
There you have it. Phil, if you could throw up the graphic of the letter that was leaked out from the FBI. I just want to kind of expound upon what we just heard there, where the FBI is claiming now that Thomas Matthew Crooks had an unspecified social media account. It goes back, according to what I'm reading here, to 2019 and 2020, where at that point he would have been 14 and 15 years old. He apparently posted anti-immigrant as well as anti-Semitic content. And according to Gab, which I guess, and is Gab a social media platform? I've never heard of it. Okay.
Yeah, it was one of those one of the 15 that popped up after.
It was when Twitter was being locked down and everybody was being kicked off.
Gab and Threads, and then there was another one that people all were running to because they had to get away from Twitter, and they never did. They always came back. So Gab was one of those, and it's still active, I think.
Okay, so they say in this post, it's not consistent with Gab's understanding of the shooter's motives based on the emergency disclosure request, which is an EDR, according to the source that received this letter from the FBI last week. Apparently, this guy had a Gab account under the name Epic Microwave, which, based on the content of the EDR, the FBI appeared to think belongs to Thomas Crooks. Many particular regime media reporters have doubted Gab's claims that this request has existed. Normally, they don't confirm the existence or the content of law enforcement communications, but in this instance, they said they had to make an exception due to the overwhelming public interest in disclosure and transparency. And as a courtesy to law enforcement, you can see some of the redactions and the cover-ups there where they've blacked out some of the information. But again, another moment, Tony, where we were told, well, Trump Trump wasn't shot. Well, actually, he was shot. This guy wasn't on social media. Actually, he is on social media. And I was thinking about this yesterday because I saw, again, I was watching a little bit of Fox, and they put up the picture of Crooks, and it's the same stock photo that they've that everybody has been using. And I know I don't know if you were with us. It might have been on a Wednesday, somewhere between when this happened and now, where there was a video of him, that was labeled as he was being bullied in school, but it didn't really look like he was being bullied, and he was kind of laughing. I always find it interesting, and I'm not trying to be like a conspiracy theorist here, although the conspiracy theorists are hitting at a pretty damn good rate in the last 4.5 years. Why is it that we haven't really seen much more photo evidence of this kid? No other photos of him growing up or when he's older. The stock photo that we see looks like it's probably 4 or 5 years old. We just don't see any other information coming out from not just the family who asked for, privacy at the time, which I totally understand, but it's almost like the guy is just a rogue character that some people doubt as to, like, whether or not he was really involved, if he's alive, if he exists. I hate to get down those rabbit holes, but, like, the lack of transparency here and the fact that all of these, high up people in the FBI and Secret Service, they have had to backpedal and backtrack here. That's why people's minds start racing as to what the hell really happened on July 15th.
It's cut and dried. I mean, I don't care what the kid was posting. I mean, is that important? Yeah, but, they're still trying to figure out what he had on his phone with the social media. Does it matter? His intent was to assassinate former President Donald Trump.
Right.
You don't need the warrant. And exiled Kraken on our stream there on our YouTube channel wanted to know, about the Warren Commission. I was a young reporter when the Warren Commission was investigating the Kennedy assassination with Arlen Specter and many other Congress people. Here's the difference. The Warren Commission only had limited video, and it wasn't even video. It was grainy audio of President Kennedy's head getting blown up, in the open vehicle he was in, back when they weren't open vehicles. And they were spending weeks and months and years breaking down the Zapruder film, which is all they had. We have more visual evidence of everything that happened than any case, anywhere, anytime. The Las Vegas shooter, the Pulse nightclub shooter. There is hours before, during, after. It's just unbelievable. And the FBI is slow walking this thing, trying to come up with a motive. His motive was he was on a roof and he had a gun and he tried to assassinate the former president of the United States. What are you talking about? We have to determine his motive. This wasn't a terrorist act. It was a guy trying to assassinate Donald Trump.
Yeah.
You need to be an FBI director or a Secret Service agent to know that.
And you've seen so many, not conflicting, but both sidesism here. So he's, because nowadays Republicans are anti-immigrant and Democrats are anti-Semitic. And, well, he was a registered Republican, but he donated $15 to a progressive super PAC. So
none of this matters now. Yeah. None of that stuff matters.
Yep.
Right?
Sure.
Does it matter?
Well, some people want answers, but no, to your point, no, it doesn't, because the guy tried to kill Donald Trump, and now, according to the Secret Service, there's expected to be more attempts on his life between now and November 5th. So if that's the case, what do they already know? Because if that's being leaked out there, obviously they've got some sort of information and have been tipped off about future threats. Let me grab, real quickly here, Tony, let me grab Mike in Flemington before we wrap up the hour. Mike, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, thanks for a great show again. Hey, just wanted to point out that the FBI statement about former President Trump possibly not being hit by a bullet was an obvious political statement meant to influence others and contribute to what I call the Demonon, as opposed to QAnon people. Under the Hatch Act, a person in the executive position, which the FBI is not allowed to engage in political activities, especially while in an official capacity. His statement, followed by a Newsweek article that parroted that, was an obvious political statement, much like the FBI agents who went to social media companies and said that the Hunter Biden laptop or something to that extent may be Russian disinformation. Those are Hatch Act violations. And until we start putting people up and prosecuting them for these things, it's going to continue. We might not be able to prove the prosecution, but just the Republicans putting that out there and doing it would send a message.
No, and
That's
to
all
your
I-
yeah, and Mike, and to your point right here, I've got it in front of me. Hatch Act violations include using official authority to interfere with an election result, soliciting, accepting, or receiving political contributions, soliciting or discouraging political activity of persons before the employing agency, and running for public office in a partisan political election. You're right, because if you're just a casual fringe political observer, and all of a sudden you're going to determine your vote based on whether or not Trump was really shot or not. If Christopher Wray is sitting up there saying it looks like he might not have been shot, that could obviously impact your thought process going into making a decision. And Tony, I think you were going to mention something as well there.
Well, the bottom line is all of these things are just superfluous nonsense. We know the intent.
I like that
we
word.
know the kid's dead, so you can't find out any more about him, except they're going through his phones and they're dragging this thing on. Remember, the chick that got fired, what was her name again? Cheadle?
Kimberly
Not
Cheadle.
Don Cheadle. Don Cheadle would have been a better Secret Service director. I mean, he was in all those, movies, the great movies.
Don Lemon would have been better.
I'm Don Lemon, and you will respect me. You will watch me.
Don Knotts would have been better running the Secret Service.
But Don Adams.
Oh, Don Adams, he would have got the shoe phone on. They couldn't get a drone up, but Don Adams would have been able to get the shoe phone and connected all the people who were there, state, local, federal, worldwide people who were there. And the other thing that the FBI, the Secret Service director, acting director, who was number 2 in charge, he was talking when he was asked a question. I think it was Josh Hawley who asked him about, well, what about the manpower for the former president of the United States versus the sitting president?
Yeah, that was Ted
sitting
Cruz,
president
yeah.
has the nuclear codes.
Yes.
Joe Biden doesn't know where the nuclear codes are. Joe Biden doesn't know where he is.
Yeah, we'll
and
play
again,
that.
I understand what he's saying, but again, this is you don't think Dr. Jill, who is not a presidential candidate, gets the same amount of so that Dr. Jill Biden and Donald Trump get the same amount of Secret Service protection, or does she get more than Donald Trump? That's the questions, and I don't even care about that.
Mm-hmm.
I care about that they've dropped the ball and it's been dropped, and they're trying to blame the locals. The Secret Service is trying to pass the buck to the local people in Butler. And that's why the local people in Butler are speaking up, because they know that they're going to be made the scapegoats for the failure at the federal level.
Yep. 855-839-1210. And speaking of passing the buck and dishing out the blame, wait till you hear what a Secret Service counter sniper has said in an email. We'll get to that when we continue. Hour 2 of Kayal and Company. Nick, Tony, Greg, Robin. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
July is the month to save big. With financing as low as 0% for up to 84 months. Come to TurnersvilleJeep.com and get an incredible 0% APR for up to 84 months on select models. Or make no payments for 90 days. TurnersvilleJeep.com has over 450 vehicles available for immediate delivery. The ride you want is what we've got. So drive a little,
Save a lot.
TurnersvilleJeep.com, your premier tri-state Jeep, Ram, Dodge, Chrysler, and Wagoneer dealer.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251.
Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
You can still look great in that bathing suit this summer since it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Within a week of starting, you will notice pounds coming off and you'll feel good too since you are doing it the natural way, quickly and safely. You can still get slimmer this summer and without any shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com to lose the weight for good.
So last year I had the bright idea to dig up part of my backyard to put in a new patio. Little did I know that underground electrical for most of my neighborhood ran through my backyard. One wrong hit of the shovel and bam, lights went out, my hair turned white, and now I can wirelessly charge my smartphone. You know, they say hindsight is 20/20, but 220? That's something completely different. Trust me. Call 811 before you dig. Know what's below and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For info, visit pa1call.org.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 7 o'clock hour underway as we continue hour number 2 on this Wednesday. Nick Kayal, Tony Bruno, Greg Stocker, Miss Robin here. News confirming that Hamas announcing that their top leader killed in an Iran strike.
I'm devastated.
It's good news.
Yeah.
Thoughts and prayers, by the way, to Rashida Tlaib, Ilan Omar. I believe the flags will be flying at the Palestinian flags and the Hamas flags will be flying at half-staff in Dearborn, Michigan, and in Minnesota in the Twin Cities this morning. Thoughts and prayers.
Yes.
And 72 virgins for that man.
Do you think?
Yes, however, the BBC reported it as a, what do they call him?
An austere religious scholar?
Yeah, pretty much.
No, that was the other guy that got assassinated.
Yeah, that's pretty much what they said, though. Once again, they totally downplayed all
Mostly
the atrocities.
peaceful, Robin. Mostly peaceful.
And,
Mostly peaceful.
and by the way, may this whatever this dude's name is, may he rest in pieces.
Yes,
which is how they found him.
Yes. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Discover Lancaster. Discover more of Lancaster. Head to Lancaster County this weekend with the family to enjoy the rides at Dutch Wonderland. It's a kingdom for kids. You've been there, right, Bruno? I could see you.
Yeah,
doing
my
that.
grandkids go all the time. Even though they live in Maryland, it's an easy ride from Maryland up to Dutch Wonderland.
They have season passes.
Yeah.
Could totally see Bruno busting out the fanny pack.
Oh, yeah.
Buying some Dippin' Dots.
Any bubble machines. I'm a bubble machine freak. If I see a new bubble machine at a kiddie park, Disney, wherever I go, I'm buying a damn bubble machine.
We need to make fanny packs great again, Tony Bruno.
I think they were on the white dudes for a Kamala the other night.
I think you're right.
With the yellow belly shirts. Yellow belly shirts and fanny packs.
Yeah. You notice we only saw them once. By the way, Tim Hanratty posted on X a picture. You were talking about there weren't a lot of pictures of the suspect, the shooter. Yeah. I don't think we can call him a suspect. He's dead, and he was the shooter.
Right.
There are pictures of him with long hair, and some of them where he apparently was trying to be a woman. I don't know.
That's
not him?
That's a fake picture, yeah.
Okay.
It's not
but
a fake
there are
picture,
pictures
but
of him with long hair because when he was out there, when he did the shooting, you saw him walking around. It's not the same kid with the short hair. His hair was longer when he went up on the roof.
So I've got this email, and Phil, if you want to throw this graphic up as well, this was released yesterday as we've got, I'll tell you what, the whistleblower industry is really popping these days in America.
Yes.
A lot of people speaking up and speaking out. And this is an exclusive as a Secret Service counter sniper who will, according to what I have seen with this email, with this screenshot, will remain anonymous, sent an email Monday night to the entire uniformed division, not the agents, saying he will not stop speaking out until 5, and this is a quote, 5 high-level supervisors are either fired or removed from their current positions. The counter sniper also said that the agency should, quote, expect another assassination attempt, which was also reported on Fox News last night in the evening primetime hours, before November, and complained that he is no longer proud to be a United States Secret Service counter sniper after leadership failed the officers at the Trump rally in Butler on July 13th, saying, quote, this agency needs to change. If not now, when? The next assassination in 30 days? Question mark. Sadly, we have fallen short for years, the counter sniper lamented. We just look good doing it. I have conveyed these thoughts to not only supervisors, but also to those responsible for training us, only to be brushed off as those with less experience somehow knew more than me. The team that I was once proud to be a part of is something I have to somehow hide as I move into my next career. Who wants to hire a U.S. Secret Service counter sniper guy who failed? That's the public perception I'm faced with. The USSCS team is a stain I will never be able to cleanse. The agency apparently quickly deleted the email, a knowledgeable source told Real Clear Politics, which is certainly a credible source and outlet. And this actually goes to what we had happen about 10 days ago on this show, Tony, as we had one individual, and Greg, I forget the guy's name. It wasn't Mike from Flemington, but it was another individual who has said that he's gone to rallies for 30 or 40 years under the Clinton administration or the Bush administration, and we're talking about the first Bush, late 80s, early 90s, where the Secret Service has routinely failed and let people in through metal detectors that shouldn't be in, that people go around the metal detectors, almost implying and basically saying that this is nothing new, that the Secret Service is not all cracked up that everybody says it is, and they are not as great and elite as we are told to believe, you know, with Hollywood and through the mainstream media, Tony Bruno.
Yeah, I would hire who's the guy that does all the British guy who does all the movies? Jason Statham. Now, if I want somebody to run the Secret Service, even though he's not an American, Jason Statham is the guy right now I put in charge by noontime today.
Yep. And just to take it one step further, I saw this on Saturday as I was just checking my phone. Trump was down in Nashville, Tennessee for a Bitcoin conference. And according to reports, this courtesy of the Post Millennial, the Secret Service delayed Donald Trump taking the stage at the Nashville Bitcoin conference following, you guessed it, another security lapse. So you think about this. You go back to Saturday. What was that? The 27th. 2 weeks removed from the Butler, PA rally, you have this malfunction with the Secret Service. And I want to read this for you guys and get your thoughts on this. Donald Trump briefly was prevented from taking the stage at the 2024 Bitcoin conference on Saturday in Nashville by Secret Service following a security lapse that saw 2 people enter the event without going through metal detectors. Law enforcement sources told the New York Post that 2 individuals made their way inside the Music City Center. Now, I know exactly where that is. I've been in that building 5 or 6 times when I lived in Nashville. My girls actually danced in a dance competition inside the Music City Center, which is a beautiful facility, very modern, all sorts of security checkpoints, locked doors, those turnstiles you have to go through. So the fact that Donald Trump could be in a building like that and have this lapse is unacceptable. So these people apparently go through the metal detectors where the conference was held shortly after 3:30 p.m., and then these individuals had to be stopped at the initial checkpoint. And the craziest part of all of this was they were credentialed and they were screened, but removed from the premises because they did not follow proper entry protocol. So you have people that don't follow the protocol getting through somehow, which my reaction is, how does Secret Service allow you to not follow protocol and somehow you slip through the cracks at the Music City Center of all places, Tony Bruno?
Yeah, and then you mentioned Trump's going to be up in at the Farm Center indoors in the arena there.
Yep.
And obviously it's going to be heavily fortified and guarded, you would hope. But the whole Secret Service thing is, if this doesn't disturb you as a taxpayer who are paying these people, and again, a lot of the agents, when I lived in Montgomery County up there in Gwinnett, one of my neighbors was a Secret Service agent.
Oh.
You know, I knew who he was. He knew me. Our kids grew up together. And back then, these guys took pride in what they, I'm not saying they don't take pride now, but I'm just saying the way it's changed, whereas the letter points out, where you have to have whistleblowers who are blowing the whistle on what's really going on with the training of young people who go in, DEI and making sure you have the equal number of women versus men. That should not come into play when you're trying to get the best people possible to do a job that's very, very difficult. And the training has to be not just a one weekend course out on a farm somewhere. These people have to train for years and move up the food chain. And that's what's not happening anymore.
Yep, you're totally right. One last little bit here from this story in Nashville. The sources said that Trump was instructed by his security detail to wait as he was set to give the keynote address until the people were located. Once these 2 credentialed people were located, they were tracked down, they were questioned, and then they were removed from the event. And the 2 people were not criminally charged. The security lapse was deemed not to be a true threat to Donald Trump. So let's think about that for a second. Indoors, Music City Center, credentialed people that didn't follow the protocol. And as I just mentioned there, Secret Service said, Mr. Trump, why don't we hold off for just a moment and we got to take care of an issue, and then you can give your keynote speech. Something they did not do 14 days ago on July 13th as Trump took the stage, and now we know that the threat was 90 minutes in advance. That's pretty damning, right? At least they made some improvements, though, along the way by keeping Trump off the stage in Nashville before deeming that this was not a true threat on his life. But
I have good news, though. Last night, Kamala Harris in Atlanta in a packed house down there in the arena that we all know well, they did have to delay her appearance because they had to do a cavity search of Megan Thee Stallion to make sure she wasn't carrying any foreign objects that could put Kamala Harris in danger of any kind of, who knows, discharge of some kind, maybe a sound that would sound like a gunshot.
Yeah.
And, you don't want that going on.
Yeah.
When you're twerking up there like that, you never know what's going to happen.
You guys want to see the video from Megan
Yes,
Thee
I do.
Stallion?
not really, but what the hell, it's content.
This is She performed her hit single "Savage."
Oh,
Savage.
That's number one on my playlist.
No, that's the guy. Savage is the other Philly guy we were talking about with Philly area talk show hosts or national.
Yeah.
Right? The guy out in California, and then of course there's Mark Levin, who's another Philly guy. But go home. Let's go to the land.
Well, let me just because we had to beep it, we had to edit it because it's fairly dirty. Just one of the lyrics in this. If you have children in the car,
dirtier than WAP.
Please turn it down. Well, no, please turn it down and just right now.
Yeah.
The lyric is
earmuffs.
Any N-word I let hit it is still attached, but you know this P word is fat.
Exactly.
Riveting.
Okay.
Got it?
Yeah. Sorry,
I have that on. I have autoplay in my Dodge Ram truck. As soon as I go in, it starts playing Megan Thee Stallion.
And I apologize if my hip hop knowledge is not what it used to be. I've been out of the rap game since Biggie got wiped out.
All right, this is a little bit of the performance last night. Cut 21, Philip, go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Shake that thing. Yeah. Show me what you're working with.
So this was Kamala's opening act?
Yes. Well, no, people went there to see her.
Yeah,
they didn't go to see Kamala.
Yeah.
They billed it as, hey. And then the rapper Guavo was there.
It's a free concert. Normally you
Guavo.
pay, a couple $100 for those.
I know.
So
Guavo. Look at the white woman. There's one white chick in the front row.
I know.
Like an older white woman, and she's saying, what the hell was that?
So
and the reports are from people in the arena that once Megan Thee Stallion performed and Kamala Harris got up and started her 20-minute speech, people were leaving the building. They went there to see Guava and Megan Thee Stallion, which I think is false advertising. How is she not banned? Women cannot be stallions. That's false advertising. There's the woman right there, the woman with the yellow.
Yeah.
Right behind her. Yeah, I know I'm watching it on delay, but I've watched it like 700 times. And then all the great meme makers on X are putting like Kamala Harris's head on Megan Thee Stallion, and then somebody else has a Hunter Biden in the underwear twerking on the stage too. That's what's great about the meme makers.
Right,
Blessed be the meme makers.
Tony, for all the males in the audience, let's rank them right now. Megan Thee Stallion, Kamala, or since we are in Atlanta, Fonnie Willis. Your thoughts?
Well, she was there last night, I think. No, Fannie didn't make it. I don't think she may have been in the audience, but you know who was there? The
Nathan Wade.
The biggest election denier in politics history.
Stacey Abrams.
Stacey Abrams was up there twerking, but then they had to stop it because they didn't want any earthquake warnings going off in the Atlanta Hartsfield International Airport area.
By the way, John on the YouTube chat wants to know if that was Big Mike. It was.
That was not Big Mike.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
Jesus.
So 87% of the people that were there for the concert. The other 13%.
Of course, you're going to build a show. Hey, Megan Thee Stallion and Quavo, the rapper, are giving a free show down there at the whatever they call the building now in Atlanta. And oh, by the way, Kamala Harris is going to be there too.
Yeah.
But you don't have to stay for her. And once she went up there and started talking, they started leaving the building. Wow.
Imagine being one of those people sitting in the background there with the camera in the backdrop, and you're there for the concert.
Yeah.
And then some little putz for the Harris administration comes by and says, "Hey, would you mind holding this Kamala Harris for president sign up while the concert goes on?" It's for optics.
I noticed wasn't there last night. The white dudes for Harris. I don't think they were in the audience last night.
No, they were at the.
They were still sitting in their underwear. Yeah.
Yeah, they were at the Blink 182 show down the street.
No, they were at the Green Day concert where you saw Billy Joel Armstrong held up a Trump mask and wrote "idiot" on it. 2 weeks after he shot the very woke Green Day. Remember when these groups used to be anti-government, and now they're pro-government all of a sudden.
Yeah, they're pro-left wing, of course.
Rage for the machine now, not against the machine.
Exactly. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. The cut sheet is absolutely juicy today. It's coming up in
I like it juicy.
just about 25 minutes. It's like medium, right, Tony? That's how you make your steak, medium, nice and juicy?
Yeah, you got to have a little pink. Little pink. No, not too much blood, and not if it's dark
Oh.
It's sometimes, but no, it's got to have the, what do we call it? Medium rare?
Yeah.
Medium what do we
rare.
call it?
I like medium rare plus.
Plus.
Medium rare plus.
Is that like LGBTQIX LMNOP plus?
No, for those in the radio, no. It's the plus stands for an RCH.
Exactly.
It's just funny to me.
This is
now.
all technical talk.
It's just funny to me now how the Democrats now are using these celebrities to draw a crowd because they can't do it themselves.
And usually it's washed up celebrities.
Yeah, it's Hillary Clinton all over again. I'm telling you. At least to Joe Biden's credit, at least he didn't do that. He just went to rooms of 15 people and said, "Well,
not going to be on my watch.
This is my crowd." Kamala Harris is like, "Nope, throwing that playbook out. We're going the Hillary Clinton route because that worked out so well."
Has anyone seen Biden since the last video that
Well,
we
yeah,
saw?
he was in Austin the other day screaming about the Supreme Court, and we got to put 20 more people on there once we get in.
And by the way, the opening of the DNC, which is coming up on August 19th. By the way, Rich Cioli will be broadcasting live there all week from 3 to 7.
Will he be up on stage with Snoop? Because I'm sure Snoop will be there for the DNC.
The entire opening, bit of the DNC will be Joe Biden and dedicated to Joe Biden, and then they're going to whisk him off the stage, and then it's all going to be about Kamala Harris. So there's a little preview of the DNC for you.
Oh, they ready? Are they pre-taping it now?
It's going to be a tough act to follow after Hulk Hogan and Kid Rock tore down the building on Thursday night.
Yeah, right.
Talking about washed up. 855-839-1210.
Let me tell you something, brother.
I can't lie. I geeked out when Hogan ripped the shirt off, as you guys know.
Well, who did?
I mean, come on, Tony. You know I'm a wrestling guy.
I know you are.
Exactly.
And that's not good.
No, it's not.
They should bring out The Rock.
Wow.
But
although The Rock said he's not getting involved this time around.
Yeah.
He's a centrist.
Rock's non-committal,
Yeah. Remember that interview with Will Cain? Oh, my God, that means The Rock is voting for Trump.
Everybody
said.
It doesn't. It might be
The
different.
Rock's not stupid. He's got 50 movies in the can right now. He's not going to take any chances.
You're right.
The old Michael Jordan line, Republicans buy sneakers too.
And they get
Michael
Fandango
Jordan,
tickets as well.
Michael Jordan got it.
I don't know if they're going to. It might be different now for The Rock with Kamala Harris. I'm telling you.
You think?
I mean, he endorsed Biden in 2020.
He did.
So I don't. I think that with Kamala Harris, and there's going to be pressure on him to endorse.
855.
No, you're probably right.
839.
I mean, let's be honest. If all those A-list, actually D-list celebrities were on that Zoom call with white dudes for Kamala, don't move the needle and get her over the top, they will stop at nothing. I mean nothing. By the way, the other big story, guys, and people are talking about it now, it's all over. Kamala Harris is going to be in Philadelphia next Tuesday, and that's when she will have her or announce her the 6th. She will announce her running mate, and now everybody's speculating because it's going to be in Philly.
I mean,
will it be Josh Shapiro?
She can't come to Philly and say, I'm going to make my running mate announcement and not make it Josh Shapiro.
Right.
You would think, right?
According to the Polymarket betting market, Kelly's got a 3% more likely possibility. They've got Mark Kelly from Arizona at 37%, Shapiro at 34%. For what that's
And
worth.
I know how they're going to spin the fact that he's Jewish. They're going to say, Josh Shapiro, he might be Jewish, but he is totally against Benjamin Netanyahu. So that's how they're going to spin his Jewishness.
But the interesting thing is that you have you have John Fetterman, a U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania, one of them, who says that he's all in on Israel. So you got conflicting stories from Jewish people in Pennsylvania who are either with Israel or not, or non-committal on Israel, like Kamala Harris, who's trying to play both sides of that issue.
855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we've got the cut sheet in just about 20 minutes. When we come back, a little break from everything going on with the election coming up this November. Something that I think Tony Bruno will have a take or two on with deep fakes and artificial intelligence and parody on social media as Elon Musk gets called out on his own platform by Gavin Newsom. Very interesting conversation. I think it's pretty simple, but we'll kick it around when we come back. We'll do that next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
That's right, Nick Kayal, the best place to bet the games this summer. And FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. By the way, coming up at 7:45, we have these boxers who failed the gender test at the World Championships. They were cleared to compete at the Olympics. So you have dudes fighting women or something like that, fighting the women's boxing league. We have all of that, the video coming up at 7:45. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. And you can bet on all your favorite international teams in all your favorite sports. If you want to bet on women's boxing, I would bet on the dudes to win. I'm sure FanDuel loves this read, by the way. From basketball to badminton and soccer to swimming, FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. By the way, show up. Show them that 1210 WPHT can move the needle by signing up right now. FanDuel.com/Greg. Sign up right now. FanDuel.com/Greg. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, present in PA. First online, run money wager only $5. First deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
July savings are going on now at Hessert Chevrolet with savings on Silverados and Blazer EVs. Drive home a 2024 Blazer EV with 1.9 APR for 36 months, up to $3,500 off MSRP, or a new Silverado 1500 for $389 per month for 36 months with $4,500 off MSRP. July savings are here at Hessert Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit HessertChevrolet.com today. Call 267-343-9094 for details.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering to qualified buyers a maximum discount of $13,176. This offer is good on all 2024 XC90s in stock. $13,176. Plus, the Cherry Hill Volvo 2024 model year sell down. Pricing and attention to detail here is not to be missed. Volvo should be on your shopping list now. This is the time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School in Warminster, PA, Saturday, September 28th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, fantasy football owners. The road to winning your fantasy football championship starts now. I'm Matt Harmon from Reception Perception. Join me and James Coe as we take a deep dive into the position that's going to make or break your fantasy roster. Wide receivers. We analyze route running, target share, and all the metrics that matter, giving you the insights you need to draft the best wide receivers. As you prep for your draft, let us give you the coverage you need. Follow and listen to Reception Perception on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations.
To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this summer with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. Yeah, baby. 7:30. Kayal and Company on a Wednesday. Nick, Tony, Greg, Robin, 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet in 15 minutes. After the cut sheet this morning, hard-hitting interview as Bill Maher sits down with Hawk Tuah girl.
Did you? I watched that. Well, I watched most of that interview. It was uncomfortable.
It is.
He was
old guy creepy, right?
Yeah, he was like scolding her and giving her like fatherly advice.
And she's what, 23, I think?
21.
21. Yeah.
Another guy who has had no kids, has never been married, telling people what they should do with their kids.
Yeah.
But does he have cats? Does he have cats?
No, but he does have to pay for sex. Well, he doesn't. Because when I lived in L.A., I'd be at a lot of parties, and he was always at parties trying to hook up. And, you know, a lot of people, he's a popular guy. But he always wound up paying for chicks and other things that you buy when you're a star in L.A.
Yeah. Like ganja, maybe some good tequila. He always pours a nice tequila, by the way. I like that setup.
Well, he should. He makes a lot of money.
Damn right
he
he
can't be
does.
pouring the cheap stuff.
Exactly.
By the way, later on, we will do a comparison. What song Trump uses when he walks out to his rally to what song Kamala Harris uses when she walks out to her rally. And it's a breakdown.
No.
I'm proud to be an American for Trump, and then Mamusha by the great Megan Thee Kelly. There's another picture of two white dudes at the rally. Megan Thee Kelly is pretty hot too.
Well, yeah.
I'd love to have her dance in front of me. You know what I'm saying?
And after you
Megan Thee
compare
Kelly.
after you compare the two songs, then you should take the clip from Judge Joe Brown and what he says about Kamala Harris. You will have to bleep out a lot of his words that he uses to describe Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting.
He's been a flamethrower in his post.
Yeah,
bench
absolutely.
days. Man.
He wasn't on white dudes for Kamala or black dudes. Are they going to do black dudes for Kamala, or were they all on the RuPaul's Drag Race show last weekend?
I just want to know.
Well, I think
go ahead, Robin.
I think they had a special BIPOC for Kamala Harris, and there was one dude on there. I sent you the clip. I don't know if we have time to play it today, but he's black, and he went on there. Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah, we'll play it. We'll play it in about 15 minutes.
Okay, very good.
Beautiful, beautiful.
So I got to get your thoughts on this, Bruno, because I think you mentioned this on Monday in passing, but we never really got into it. And then Axios wrote a big story about it with AI deepfakes on social media and now the legal loophole defense of its parody. And I just want to read you a few excerpts here because, you know, as a free speech absolutist, none of this bothers me. I can totally decipher what's real, what's not, and, you know, say what's on your mind, knock yourself out, especially on X where that's encouraged and embraced. And if you don't like it, just go to Facebook or go to Instagram or find your left-wing safe space. That's fine by me. But Axios writes that American media's long tradition of political humor is well protected by the First Amendment. So then they bring up this story of Elon Musk reposting a video on X, which, by the way, he owns, with overdubs where there's a phony voice that sounds like Kamala Harris. And the video's original poster, Mr. Reagan USA, introduced it as a Kamala Harris campaign ad parody. And he says it's a parody. But Musk, Elon reposted it and called it just amazing with a laughing emoji. I guess he didn't put the disclaimer of parody. And in the clip, Kamala Harris says that her and Joe are nothing more than deep state puppets, which obviously, if you listen to the clip, you would realize it's artificial intelligence because she's never going to sit there and say, I'm a deep state puppet. So users quickly pointed out that Musk's repost violates his own platform's rules of synthetic and manipulated media with deceptive identities. And Gavin Newsom then comes on X, tries to dunk on Elon, and says this should be illegal. And Elon responds, parody is legal in America. I had no issue with Elon Musk doing what he did. You know, Mike Opelka, our buddy, always messing around with artificial intelligence. If you're triggered by somebody obviously doing something that is phony and you can't decipher it, that's a you problem. And I don't think you need to say this is parody because here's my big takeaway is social media is not real life. It's a little fun house at the carnival. People take it way too seriously, which is one of the reasons why I don't even want to be on it as much as I used to be, because somebody's always hot and bothered by something, right?
The bottom line is, remember, before Musk bought X, Twitter, the Babylon Bee, which is the funniest, I mean, they basically blew the Onion away. The Onion's irrelevant. They were sold and somebody else bought them, and they're even worse now than they were. And they used to be the go-to parody account on any social media, right?
Yeah.
Now, you know, Babylon Bee on Twitter was banned by the dude that ran it before. What was his name? The dude with the beard. He looks like a
Jack Dorsey.
Jack Dorsey. He banned the Babylon Bee among other conservative sites. Babylon Bee leans left, but they make fun of everybody.
Leans right.
Leans right, but they make fun of everybody.
Yeah.
And so they were banned. And that's when Elon Musk got involved because he loved commenting on Babylon Bee stuff. But then when they banned the Babylon Bee, that's when Elon Musk and many other people who get parody, because the Babylon Bee is so close to reality that sometimes many people don't even realize it's parody. But everybody who reads it and has a sense of humor understands the difference between parody and reality. And Gavin Newsom, again, you notice how far in the rearview mirror he is now in this campaign?
Not even a factor.
They don't even have, Kamala doesn't have to go to California for votes because they know they're going to win. But you see what's going to happen with Kamala. She's going to go to the swing states once she announces her vice president next week. But the parody stuff, if you don't know it's parody, I always put sarc. You have to put sarc. There should be a sarcasm font because I post a lot of sarcasm. And people then come after me, well, what's the idea? I said, dude, go rent a sense of humor. We need to have a rental store. You know, you have the Rent-A-Center, and you can go to Home Depot and rent a backhoe, or you can go to the Kamala Harris concert and rent a front hoe. Whatever hose you want, you can rent it. How about rent a sense of humor? There should be some place where if you're a stick in the mud, you're an old guy like me, but still likes to laugh and enjoy the funny things in life and deal with tragedy in the way we deal with tragedy and deal with humor the way you're supposed to deal with humor and laugh about it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Right. That's the problem. People don't understand the difference between sarcasm and facts.
I mean,
I've been fighting for a sarcasm font on platforms forever. I think that we really need to be able to spell it out because there are people that are just too stupid to see sarcasm. They
Yes,
just don't get it.
You're right. To me, it's a combination of two things. Are politics serious? Yes, but politics are also a facade, a charade, and as Stalker says, they're professional wrestling. So we've been mocking politicians for 1,000 years. I know Saturday Night Live nowadays is very careful not to do too many parody and spoofs on Karine Jean-Pierre or Kamala Harris because they walk on eggshells with offending people. But, I mean, I'm sitting here and I hear comments like, well, no CEO or no owner of a major media platform has ever endorsed political candidates until Elon Musk came along. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. So Elon Musk comes along, restores free speech on X, spends $44 billion to do so, and now you have parody that mocks the left, and that's an issue according to sites like Axios. But let's go back 4 years ago. Facebook under Zuckerberg, Twitter under Jack Dorsey, they didn't allow you to share the Hunter Biden laptop story. So while they might not have publicly endorsed Joe Biden, they didn't let you circulate information that could have impacted his ability to get elected. And that's a major story in social media and politics these days.
And now they're going after Elon Musk because he's obviously siding toward Trump and he's sending money to him. And they're mad at that. I don't think Elon Musk is a real Trump fan. I don't think he's in any way, shape, or form far right. I think he's just looking at the landscape of social media and the Googles, and the Trump assassination Google searches and all the things that they came later and said it was a mistake. No, they're getting caught now. The left-run social media companies, the ones that are powerful, the Googles, the Instagrams, all of those companies that are run by Meta and that faction, they were the ones suppressing any other speech. They were actually interfering in the outcome of an election, which is worse, way worse than posting parody accounts and silly memes that everybody understands are silly memes.
Right. Well, now you got people, well, that's misinformation and that's disinformation. I'm sorry. If you actually, instead of just reading headlines, if you actually click on like the video or click on a story, specifically in this case, the video of Kamala Harris with artificially voiced dubbed technology. I mean, I'm pretty sure Kamala Harris is never going to say publicly she's a deep state puppet. So if you listen to that, you would have realized it was fake, and then you don't have to get hot and bothered because at the end of the day, it is all entertainment. It's all a distraction. And social media is not real life. By the way, still amazing to me today that everybody thinks social media is the way everybody thinks. You know, only 20% of Americans are on social media. I know that's a wild thing to think about. Like Facebook and Instagram are more popular with users than Twitter and things like that. But the overwhelming majority of Americans actually are not on social media.
Yep.
I'm still mystified by that. Say what?
20% sounds really low.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But
I mean,
maybe
like
it's
everybody
changed in
that
the
I
last
know
few
is on
years.
social media.
I think maybe they say active accounts. I forget how they decipher. It's like those videos that you see that get like 2 million views, but they actually count as a view if you just scroll by it without clicking on it. So I think it's probably a little misinformed, but there's well less than 50% of America, which is really fascinating too when you think about, like, if you go on social media, not to make this all about social media, but like if you go on social media, you think the world's on fire. And I guess technically the world is on fire because there's like 3 wars going on. But like when you walk around in society, you don't see the same stuff circulated on social media. Like I go to my Giant and everybody's just like normal, just kind of living their life. Then you go.
Are they weird? Any weird people in Giant these days?
It's Montgomery County Bluebells are a lot of weird, Tony.
But don't you think like maybe they're taking a poll of like who's on all social media. It is unusual. We in the industry are on pretty much everything because we're promoting our own stuff. But most people that I know,
Most
they're
people
on
don't
at
post,
least one.
But most people, I think, don't post. They go on and they kind of observe. They're like Stalker when Stalker logs on and he's just seeing and snooping around, wondering why I'm tweeting at 8:30 at night.
But I think most people have one platform. They're like the slightly older generation.
I'm a one-platform guy, Robin. I'm an X guy only. Yep. I'm not on anything else.
Me too. I mean, every once in a while, somebody messages me, and then I got to go on Facebook. But if I want to go see what my family's doing, I'll call them. they'll call me.
I can honestly tell you from research that's been done here that the majority of our listeners on this radio station, and it's like this not just on our station, it's like this on WIP and other stations too. The majority of our listeners are not on social media.
Pretty wild.
So when we sit here and we say, well, we have to put it on social media because social media is very important. You know what I mean? Like we want to promote. I get all of that. But it's not the majority of listeners. So when you sit here and say, not you, but when they sit here and say, well, everybody's talking about it on social media. Yeah, but are people who are our listeners talking about it? Just because they're talking about it on social media doesn't mean people are talking about it in normal life.
All right,
coming
up next, we got to get to what's on the cut sheet, an absolutely loaded edition. We talked about this earlier this morning, an explosive day on Capitol Hill. You'll hear that and more on the other side. But first, a word from my friends with the Piazza Auto Group. Alfa Romeo, baby. That's right. Did you ever think you'd be able to get an Alfa Romeo for under $300 a month in this day and age, in this economy? Well, dreams, they do come true at Alfa Romeo of Wilmington Pike and Chadds Ford, where you can check out the new 2024 Tonale. That's right. As Alfa Romeo has gone headfirst into the world of electric vehicles, the Tonale offers 3 different customizable trim levels, each creating a perfect fit for every lifestyle, along with a technological ecosystem of integrated digital features like Amazon Alexa Voice, which ensures the best possible experience. But if you are looking for the financial experience, this is what we're talking about. Lisa Tonale TI all-wheel drive today for only $299 per month. That's right, $299 per month for 24 months on the all-new 2024 Tonale TI with all-wheel drive. Visit Alfa Romeo of Wilmington Pike and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You know, now's the time to get Rescue Natural Supplements during their annual Customer Appreciation Sale. Rescue is celebrating you. Save 50% when you mix and match any 5 products or more with the code VIP50. Plus, you'll receive free shipping. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Again, mix and match any 5 or more single bottles and enjoy 50% off plus free shipping. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. And if you're new to Rescue, be sure to create your own account to earn more exclusive savings. Again, use that code VIP50 to receive 50% off and free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more Rescue Natural Supplements. That's code VIP50 at res-q.com.
When the sun goes down, we turn the lights up. Fridays at the Bank continue on August 16th at 6:40 when the Phils face the Nats. Join the party and secure your seats at Phillies.com. The Stros are coming to town on Monday, August 26th and Tuesday, August 27th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, August 28th at 4:05 to take on the Phils. Don't miss this matchup. Order tickets today at Phillies.com.
This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, 747 Wednesday morning. Nick Kayal, Tony Bruno, Greg Stocker, Miss Robin. As we continue, Phil Almquist in his glory. His Yankees keep on winning. Phil was like, man, I get to see my Yankees and I get to drive 13 miles instead of 3 hours like he normally does.
Well, he drove 3 hours to get us back to Delaware the other day.
I heard he brought your eyeglasses back. That's a nice workout.
Yes, he. No, he's. I'm telling you, he's my winner of the week. If we do winners and losers, if we still do those things on the winners and weasels or whatever the segments were.
Yeah, it's the old. Was it the old Hacky Friday bit we used to do? Who's the winner of the week?
Yeah,
that's how you kill a segment in July in sports radio, baby.
The Phillies are killing baseball in July, and now going into August, and they got to go to the West Coast for for about a couple of weeks. Yeah. They don't come back till August 13th, I believe, right? After the finale today on the Business Person Special, they go to Seattle, the Dodgers, and the Diamondbacks, who put up 17 runs last. What's going on with baseball? Yankees scored 15 the other night, and then the Mets scored. The Yankees scored 14, Mets 15, Arizona scored 17 last night. 17-0 win. What is going on back there?
Is this the juiced ball era, Tony?
It must be. Something's juiced.
It's very interesting. All right, we got a lot to get to. A busy day yesterday. Lots of great sound bites. Time for a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
I love this song, by the way. I just bounce in my I chair dance every time it comes on, like a little kid.
We need to bring back, we played it about a year ago, your daughter doing this.
Oh, yeah, Olivia.
Yeah, Phil, Henry, somebody. If we can dig that out of the archives, I want to put that in the rotation.
Yes.
I like that version. What's on the Cut Sheet on this Wednesday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have an amazingly competitive pricing, plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judy Fiosa and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out over at 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. All right, Phil, let's get right to the hearing yesterday that happened on Capitol Hill. The Senate hearing on the Trump assassination attempt and the Secret Service failure. Secret Service Acting Director Ronald Rowe provided new details about the assassination attempt of Donald Trump on Tuesday, delivering forceful testimony at the Senate hearing about the agency's failures early this month in Butler, Pennsylvania. But at the joint hearing of the Judiciary and Homeland Security Committees, Rowe also highlighted the missteps of local law enforcement on July 13th when the former president was shot. I'm going to start here with Cut 6. This is Senator Rand Paul. Nick, you said earlier that he wants to bring more people to the stand, right?
Yeah, he's not waiting 60 days for reports. He's given them August 9th.
I guess it's not really the stand, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
A little bit of Rand Paul from yesterday. This is Cut 5. Phil, go.
18 days ago, a would-be assassin managed to climb onto a roof 400 feet from the stage where the former president and leading presidential candidate Donald Trump was speaking. The assassin's bullet struck President Trump, narrowly missing a fatal blow thanks to a last-minute head turn. Tragically, not everyone was so fortunate. A beloved husband and father in the audience was killed, his life stolen in an instant. 2 others remain seriously injured, their futures uncertain. The lives of law enforcement officers working the event and those in the audience have been forever changed. Yet the media has shamefully moved on to other stories, and Google has been caught trying to suppress iconic images of a bloody Donald Trump, images showcasing the resolve of our nation in the face of the attack. But the American people have not forgotten, and we will not forget. There is no question that this was a monumental failure by the Secret Service. They had one job, and they failed. We know that. What remains unclear is who specifically failed, how they failed, and what must be done to ensure that something like this never happens again.
I agree. And to this day, to this point in time, Tony Bruno, we have not had a single firing. Yes, we've had a resignation from Kimberly Cheadle at the top. And I'm not ridiculing those that jumped on Trump and saved his life and laid on top of him. I'm talking about those people that failed in the days and the hours in the lead up and the failure to act. As that guy said, the counter sniper team, heads need to roll, and that individual wants at least 5 more people fired.
And you're right, but here's the thing. They're going to drag this out.
Yeah.
Because now they're implicating, this Gab account and this guy had this account, and then they can't get into they don't know what they still don't know what a motive is. That's the number one biggest problem I have with it. We know what the killer's motive was. To assassinate Donald Trump. All the other stuff, the minutia about what it was a Democrat, Republican, none of that matters anymore. What matters is this cannot be another Warren Commission, because the Warren Commission didn't have much to work with. They have everything they need. They don't need one more scintilla of evidence to realize what happened and who screwed up.
So
that's the bottom line.
Yep, and if you look at the timeline, so that happened on July 13th. Rand Paul demands answers by August 9th. I doubt he gets any answers or a pound of flesh, so to speak. So if you go ahead 60 days where they were saying, Christopher Wray and this Secret Service director, Kimberly Cheeto, and other people, 60 days to do a report, to even which AOC got triggered over, saying that's unacceptable and inexcusable, that would be September 13th. If there are not more heads on the chopping block, so to speak, by September 13th, which will be right around when a second debate occurs, somewhere between September 10th and September 17th, that will be one of the biggest miscarriages of justice if more people are not held responsible by the time we get past Labor Day.
To highlight what Tony's saying about how they're going to drag this on now because of these new revelations that came out yesterday on motive, FBI director brought more evidence in there that the Trump shooter believed to be the author of anti-Semitic and anti-immigrant posts online. This is cut 7. Phil, go.
We believe the subject, the shooter, fired 8 rounds. While the investigation has not determined motive, the investigative team continues to review information from legal returns, including online and social media accounts. Something just very recently uncovered that I want to share is a social media account which is believed to be associated with the shooter in about the 2019-2020 timeframe. There were over 700 comments posted from this account. Some of these comments, if ultimately attributable to the shooter, appear to reflect anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes, to espouse political violence, and are described as extreme in nature. While the investigative team is still working to verify this account to determine if it did in fact belong to the shooter, we believe it important to share and note it today, particularly given the general absence of other information to date from social media and other sources of information that reflect on the shooter's potential motive and mindset. These are the facts, in part, that the investigation has revealed to date. While the shooter is dead, our work is very much ongoing and urgent.
Yeah, and most Americans remain unsatisfied with your work. I want to forget motive for a second, and I want to talk about motivation. Motivation of the federal agencies and these alphabet groups, whether it's the FBI on down the list. Isn't it amazing in a digital footprint era of all of this technology that when it pertains to January 6th or it pertains to Hillary Clinton meme guy from 2016 who ultimately had his social media information made readily available to the public in a matter of, 9 days? We're 17 days in, and it's like we're looking for a needle in a haystack with Thomas Matthew Crooks. Apparently the guy just basically never existed, according to the FBI. Hard to believe that they can't find more dirt on this guy than they have given the American public in almost 3 weeks.
Now, Eileen Gus makes a good point on the YouTube chat. I want to know who put him up to it. We all do, but guess what? The government's not going to admit to that. They haven't admitted to the JFK, to the Pulse shooter, to the Las Vegas shooter, to JFK, to RFK, to Martin Luther King. We all know that there were CIA assassination attempts. I don't know whether this one is, but right now we need to get somebody. Somebody needs to be in trouble for this.
The only way that information is going to come out is if it is outed by a third source, like a WikiLeaks or something like that.
Yeah. Well, there are whistleblowers coming forward.
Yep.
But, the whistleblowers only seem to matter when it's trying to get information on Trump and then never identifying. Remember all those whistleblowers who had all this information on Trump and why they impeached him 15 times? They never identified. A lot of the whistleblowers in the Boeing case and in this case are coming forward. They may not be named, but at least they're putting their names to it, but they may not identify themselves for their own safety.
Right.
But the guy in charge, they're not identifying him. The guy who ran the whole operation up there at Butler, he's the one they're protecting.
Yeah.
They know his name. And that person now this is not an independent investigation at all.
Yep.
Should the person's name be released? Because what's anybody going to do? This guy was in charge. They're keeping this guy secret and they're protecting him, and he's the guy that botched the whole thing.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because Nick, our buddy Road Warrior on the YouTube chat, has worked in these circles, and he's been texting and tweeting and stuff like that. What about the guy who was in charge the day of? Not the Cheadles, not the Ronald Rose.
Right.
It's the guy who was there that day. They
on the ground in charge.
Yeah, and that person, whoever that is, has not been heard from.
And that's why independent investigations matter. I don't want the people responsible in that department investigating their own people and making sure that they take care of it. I want people with no stake in it that just went the facts. Those are the people that need to do this. And this is why elections do matter. This is why voting does matter. For those that feel disenfranchised with voting integrity and election integrity, as always, it comes back full circle to the big take. Because without the Republicans in control of the House, we don't get a lot of what we had in the last couple of weeks with the grilling of these people. Sure, some Democrats might have, the Ro Khannas of the world.
Right.
Even AOC would have her little conniption fit. But this is why elections do matter, because you have Republicans now like Rand Paul coming out and doing what you should be doing. And by the way, let me just say, I've been incredibly impressed with Rand Paul now for 4 years. The way he's grilled Fauci, the way he handled yesterday, and, of course, Pints and Politics.
Thank you, Nick Kayal. Pints and Politics, who, by the way...
I need a pint, by the way. Do we have any pints around here?
New date for the Donald Trump Jr. Pints and Politics. It will be September 12th.
Okay.
So... You look shocked, Nick Hale. It's almost like
was
you haven't heard the...
Wait, was that supposed to be today?
It was supposed to be yesterday.
Then I would have missed it.
But we moved it back because of a scheduling conflict from Donald Trump Jr. By the way, September 12th, way better date anyway, because, first of all, it's September, so everybody's back. And it'll be 2 days after the debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. So it is the place to be. Scottish Rite Auditorium. Tickets are on sale now. Scottish Rite Auditorium. They opened up more seats because we have more time to sell, so we open up more seats.
Love that place, too. It's a great spot.
It is a great spot. All the information is on 1210WPHT.com. Donald Trump Jr., Pints of Politics, September 12th. Everybody's going to be back to school. It's going to be a great time to do it. 2 days after the debate, get your tickets now. Okay, Ronald Rowe you talk about this being bipartisan, Nick Hale. This is Senator Gary Peters he's a Democrat from Michigan. Why was the roof not secured? That seems to be the one of the questions that has not been answered yet. And the acting Secret Service director cannot and will not understand, as he says, why it was not secured. Cut 8, Phil, go.
Director Rowe, in your testimony here today, as well as in your written testimony, you said very, very clearly that you can't defend why that building with the shooter on top of it was not better covered. You were very clear. You cannot defend that. So my question to you is, my understanding is that there's a detailed site survey that is done prior to an event to identify potential threat points. So talk to me about that site survey. I'm sure you've had a chance to look at it now after action. And how did that site survey get approved when it was so clear that that was a major threat from that building?
Thank you, Senator. So our Pittsburgh field office did the advance. During that advance, not only were they discussing amongst themselves about mitigating the line of sight, but also they were discussing with other agencies that were supporting it. Our counter snipers met with their counterparts. The team lead and team lead met. They walked the site. They identified the AGR building. And if I may, Senator, if I could point out something right now, if I may, and we will place this for the record, but this is
bringing out
the point of view.
Photo here.
This is from the second floor of the AGR building. This point of view is the point of view where the counter sniper team locally was posted. The gold arrow indicates where the shooter fired from.
Can't miss them.
Yep.
Looking left. Why was the assailant not seen? When we were told that building was going to be covered, that there had been a face-to-face that afternoon, that our team leads met, this was the view. Let me show you another view, Senator. B.
This is where Roe gets real animated. It's starting to build up. You can feel it. You can hear it.
This view is a reenactment by one of my agents. Laying flat. There was a 5-inch rise on the middle of that roof. The assailant would have had to present his bore over that to get his shot off. The view underneath reflects the perspective that he would have had. Again, I call your attention back to the first exhibit if they'd have looked left. Give me C.
All they had to do was look left.
Just gross negligence.
Yeah. Which makes you wonder even more, right?
Yep.
Was it really just gross negligence?
This is what our counter sniper team saw. Shooter, no elbows. You barely make out the crown of his head. Below it, the assailant up prone. And let me just tell you, our counter sniper, this individual, I know him. I consider him a friend. He has covered me operationally in conflict zones. And when I did my time on the president's detail, he exemplifies the courage, the skill, and the ability to respond under great stress in such short time to neutralize the threat and prevent further loss of life. Getting back to your question, Senator, these were discussions that were had between the Pittsburgh field office, the local counterparts, and everyone supporting that visit that day. And that's why when I laid in that position, I could not, and I will not, and I cannot understand why there was not better coverage, or at least somebody looking at that roof line when that's where they were posted.
So there he is, Ronald Rowe, who is the acting director in place of Kimberly Cheadle, who takes a much more animated stance. But I'm sorry, your animation doesn't give me any better feelings, because as you just laid out there, and he's basically, what he's doing is he's nuking the Pittsburgh field office.
Exactly.
And
right.
And the Pittsburgh field office, if you just Google it, has had a history of failures. So I'm not sure what's going on in that office. But he says mitigating the line of sight, Tony. You saw there the angle the Secret Service would have had of the shooter from behind the shooter. And then, of course, we've seen the angle of the shooter directly looking at Trump. And you can sit there, well, it's a 5-inch incline. It's inexcusable, because then his head rises up even further, which should be another red flag to Secret Service saying, hey, we've got somebody on the rooftop.
Snipers can hit a target from a half mile away.
Yep.
Okay? This is 130 yards. So any of the excuses is just nonsense. And this guy getting all animated, the evidence is clear. The evidence is clear. But he's trying to pass the buck. That's what government people do.
Yep.
CYA, not CYO, which is a Catholic youth organization.
I was a CYO all-star. Let the record show.
CYA, that's the government. Cover your ass.
Yep.
That's what they should have. Not FBI, not CIA. It should be CYA.
Yep.
Cover your ass, because that's what they do.
Florida Senator Rick Scott calls the United States Secret Service and FBI leadership a black hole, saying that people don't believe you are being direct with them is basically what he's saying here. To Tony's point, I mean, you can't. There's just so much. They're not being forthcoming with any of this stuff, and this is the biggest. This is the biggest story of our lifetime so far.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. You're
in my
right.
opinion. So we want answers. Cut 9. Rick Scott, go.
Do you guys realize the value of going in front of the press and answering all their questions? I mean, you realize that if you don't do it that way, everything gets filtered. You get to put out all the information, and you should be providing. I mean, you should be every day say, this is what we know now. This is like Senator Johnson put together a timeline. You should have put together a timeline. You should immediately put out, this is what we know right now, and this is what we don't know. Like you've said, you don't know how the gun got up there, right? You've said it, but why have that should have been out all along? Say, we're looking at it. It doesn't make any sense. We've done this. We've done this. We've done this. If you do, I mean, I just don't get it. Why what you're doing? You're ruining. I've said this about the FBI. I mean, the people that work at the FBI, people who work at Secret Service, they're great people. You're a black hole. You lose the support of the American public because people don't believe you're being direct with them. So I completely disagree with your approach. I just want to finish. I've got.
So we once again have the decay and the erosion of trust in our institutions here in our country. And I know we have a lot of attorneys that listen to this show, Linda Kearns, David Gelman, so they'll like this. In law, there are 4 different mens reas, which they call guilty minds. They call it levels of culpability, from least culpable to most culpable. And there's a point to this. There's negligence, there's recklessness, there's knowingly, and there's purposely. This isn't negligence. This isn't recklessness. This might be knowingly, but this stinks to high hell of purposely, because you can't sit there and look at that aerial photo of that farm area that Trump was on and see the AGR building and not arrive at the conclusion that there needs to be a sniper on that rooftop. So there's no way you'll ever convince me that something slipped through the cracks, or we just were short-staffed, or it's the local authorities. There's no defending this level of incompetence. I'm at the conclusion now, short of knowing really what was on that encrypted device that Crooks was communicating with, that this was a setup. I don't know how else you can arrive at that conclusion. Like, even
local food truck events have more coordination before they start rolling in the trucks and opening up the grills.
You're 100% right.
This flea markets have better coordination than this. It's just I've seen all the assassinations growing up.
Yep.
I've seen the fact that there was not much evidence, and yet they got to conclusions, but then buried the results. Yep. They're going to bury these results, and we're not going to know. And that's what should outrage people more than anything else. And one of the people on the stream said, "Hey, you know what? Well, if Trump gets in, he can fit." No, if Trump gets in, then he fires all these people. That's what you have to do. Because if Kamala Harris wins, all of these clowns will remain in power, including Mayorkas, who is the head guy in charge of messing up the Department of Health and Human Services. Yep. He is the worst of the worst. The guy who destroyed the border and is now destroying anybody involved in the Department of Homeland Security. He's the first guy to go.
And to me, it's very simple. If this was a rogue, isolated incident with a rogue lone actor, a lone wolf shooter, then unlock that encrypted device and show the American public, and I don't want redactions, I don't want things covered up, what was being relayed on the communication aspect of that device.
Nick Kayal's favorite senator, John Kennedy, then took to the grilling here. Acting USS United States Secret Service Director claims the counter snipers did not see the would-be Trump assassin until he fired his first few shots. So again, Nick, to your point, negligence. What are the other
negligence,
knowingly,
reckless, knowingly, or purposely?
I don't know.
Has to be purposely at this point, I think.
Purposeful negligence.
Yep.
Cut 10, Phil. Go.
Help me understand this.
Can we pause this real quick?
Yeah,
can I just be selfish and ambitious for a moment? Yeah. If we ever do a Pints in Politics where I am the person interviewing somebody in the political arena, can we request John Kennedy? I want to drink brown liquor with John Kennedy in front of the audience, and I will adapt a Southern Cajun drawl like Kamala Harris.
We will fly up for that.
By the way, if you pull the card again, you got to take the first 4 words and put that as a drop. Listen again to the first 4 words that John Kennedy said.
All right, I'm going to start that cut over at Tony Bruno's request, Phil. So
this is a drop.
So if you can start that over, cut 10, Phil, go.
Help me understand this.
Help me understand.
The assassin Crooks fired his first shot, as I understand it, at 6:12 p.m. He was about 150 yards away. It's been reported that the snipers, the government snipers, saw him on the roof 20 minutes before. Not 2 minutes. 20 minutes before. Is that correct?
Senator, that's the first time I'm hearing this. That is not correct based on the information I have right now, sir.
Well, when did the FBI snipers see him on the roof?
Just Secret Service sniper, sir. I mean,
I'm sorry, you're right.
That's
Secret
an insult,
Service
sir.
sniper.
No, I'm just kidding.
I understand. I apologize. When did the Secret Service snipers, one of whom ultimately shot the assassin Crooks, first see him on that roof?
So, sir, immediately upon the shots being fired, our snipers.
I know that, but when did they first see him? You got a guy lying on a roof.
Yeah.
You got snipers in an elevated position. They can look down on the roof. You got the guy lying there with a gun pointed at the former president of the United States. And I'm just, and they shot him. Good for them. He's now dead as Woodrow Wilson, and that's a good thing. I'm sorry. God forgive me, but it's a good thing.
Guy's awesome.
But when did the snipers first see him?
As soon as he presented himself as a target and a threat to the president, sir.
And when was that?
He fires initially a volley. I believe it was 3 shots.
No, he fired at 6:12 p.m.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the first shot.
So
Give
within
us the timestamp
15.5
of when you
seconds
saw
of
him.
Yeah.
first shot, he's
Here's what
neutralized.
people are asking.
Yes, sir.
He was up. Crooks was up there. The snipers at some point saw him.
Yes, sir.
Our snipers, because they killed him.
Yes, sir.
When did they first see him? It has been reported repeatedly that the snipers first saw him 20 minutes before. That's more than a quarter in an NFL football game.
Yes, sir.
You don't know the answer?
So I do know the answer, sir. I'm telling you that.
What is the answer?
No,
When
they did not see him. They only
They never saw him.
No, sir.
Well,
did not.
how could they not see the guy?
It's a great question.
How could they not see him?
Yep.
They're in an elevated position. They're checking rooftops. They're looking around.
Yes,
There's 2 government snipers. How could they not see him? There he was, big as Dallas, lying there with a gun pointed at the president. How could they not see him?
I believe he was obscured by that roof, sir. He did not pop up.
The roof is flat with ridges.
Like ruffles.
He's below the line where they would have seen him, sir. There is he did have concealment. I'm not going to say it's cover. He did have concealment, and then ultimately gets into firing position and fires. And within 15.5 seconds of his first shot, he's neutralized.
I've gone way over.
Wow.
Yeah, don't worry, Mr. Kennedy. I've gone way over, too. I didn't get to the cut sheet until 7:49 today.
Now,
Robin
am
and
I
I on the
correct?
same wavelength
Yeah,
with Ruffles.
totally. As soon as he said ridges,
Ruffles
like
have
ruffles.
ridges.
Ronald Rowe, as far as I know, is perjuring himself right there, because didn't one of the snipers already come out and say that they saw him at least 3 to 4 minutes ahead of time?
Well,
wasn't there something that came out regarding that?
It's just so indefensible. I mean, you had women on their cell phones recording videos on social media on
And
the
yelling
ground.
that there's a guy on the roof.
Yeah.
So how can somebody standing in grass see somebody on a roof, but elevated snipers can't find him on a roof as he's wiggling around? Remember, he turned around and allegedly pointed his rifle at the local authority that climbed the ladder, and he's up there moving around. So you can't give us all right, what time was the shot? 6:13?
6:12.
6:12.
Yeah.
So you can't tell us at 6:07 he was first spotted, at 5:59, which was reported. Kennedy says it was reported 20 minutes beforehand.
How has social media come out and had all of these videos of him 20 minutes before, an hour before, and the Secret Service, who's there to literally do that job, had no idea?
Yeah.
How
And
is
not
that
just
possible?
the Secret Service. I mean, we've seen the videos of the local police trying to push through a fence to get to the other side, to get into that area.
Well, Chris Donahue on the chat room is saying that 100% he's agreeing with me. I clearly remember there being a report that the two snipers that you see up on the other roof, the counter snipers, that they came out saying that one of them came out saying that they saw the sniper and that they were told to stand or to hold off, that they weren't allowed to do anything. I clearly remember somebody reporting that.
It's just.
Am I misremembering?
No, I mean, there's been so many different stories that it makes your head spin because you can't get any of these not elected but appointed people to actually give you anything. Again, Roe is sitting here and he's giving more animation and more of a pulse than that dope Cheetle was. But again, like you're telling me you can't give us a time, and then basically you're admitting by default that nobody saw anything until the first shots were fired. I don't need to hear any more that 8 shots were fired or 8 bullets were fired or there's 2 bullets per shot and all the calculus. I want to know how that guy went undetected. And let's be honest, he didn't go undetected. They saw him an hour and a half before standing in the back by that garage, just walking around and pacing.
And then the other story that these guys were inside the building on a metal roof. You can hear people on a metal roof, right? Why don't you shoot up through the ceiling? I've seen it in all these movies. Somebody's on the roof, you just shoot through the roof.
Yeah.
You're not using, BB guns, right?
Yep.
Well, there's also that account. Let's not forget that account that came out this week. ABC News broke it, basically saying that the authorities in Beaver County had no contact with the Secret Service. So why is that? You know what I mean?
And also, I mentioned this yesterday. I read you those text messages with that little group text that was going on with some of these authorities on the grounds. And maybe I'm out of line by saying this, or I'm just wrong. Maybe this is the best you can do. Are we relegated to FBI, Secret Service, local authorities, whoever? We're relegated to a group text message thread for communication? I mean, that's what we do on this radio show at 7 o'clock at night. We send a link in the group text. Hey, maybe we should play this clip tomorrow. I would think there'd be better modes of communication than a group text using emojis.
We played this earlier, but I'm going to play this again at 8:20. Always thinking of that. Always thinking of that clock, Nick Kayal. Always thinking of that clock, and when people are tuning in and tuning out. No response to that. Okay.
No, I hear you. Just taking notes.
The Christopher Wray said that there was this discrepancy whether Trump was actually hit by a bullet or shrapnel, or was he hit at all? Well, Kennedy asked Roe about that, and he said without a shadow of a doubt it was a bullet. So all those conspiracy theories are like, was he shot? Was it ketchup? Was it fake blood? Was it all of this stuff?
Certainly wasn't
mustard.
It was put to
it
the
wasn't
rest.
Mustard. That would have stung a lot more.
It was, but yes, it was, especially that spicy one. Cuddle Lab and Phil, go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abate, am I saying your name right?
Yes, Senator. Thank you.
You are the Deputy Director of the FBI, is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Is there any doubt in your mind or in the collective mind of the FBI that President Trump was shot in the ear by a bullet fired by the assassin crooks?
Senator, there is absolutely no doubt in the FBI's mind whether former President Trump was hit with a bullet and wounded in the ear. No doubt, there never has been.
Good.
Okay.
I've been part of this investigation since the very beginning, and that has never been raised.
All right.
You're sure?
Yes.
It wasn't a space laser.
No.
It wasn't a murder hornet.
Absolutely not.
It wasn't a wasp.
It wasn't Sasquatch.
No, Senator.
It was a bullet
It was a bullet, Senator. 100%.
fired by crooks.
Yes, sir.
that hit President Trump in the ear and almost killed him?
100%, Senator.
Okay, glad we cleared that up.
There we go.
Yeah, and that's how you get it done. You frame the question like that and just give that guy credit right there, who, oh, by the way, just totally threw Christopher Wray under the bus.
Yeah, his boss, by the way, his boss.
Yeah, he'll be in the conference room at 10:02 today.
This is what all the hosts on this radio station are going to do to me. They're going to be like, no, I have no idea. Greg was never here. I never saw him. I don't know. I'm going to need to have a meeting with myself. Sorry.
But what this shows is that how much time that they've wasted. First, they brought the first that she refused to show up. She was up in Tahoe skiing or Aspen.
Yeah.
The woman who was in charge. They said we got to bring her in, and then they stall over the weekend. The convention's going on. She goes to the convention and meets with Trump upstairs, and then the media's chasing her, and the senators are chasing her, wanting an answer. No news conferences. Fast forward, she appears before Congress, doesn't know anything. Times, dates, when, where, what, the 5 W's. Right?
Yep.
And then they finally force her to resign. Then Christopher Wray, the absolute leader of the FBI, comes in. He doesn't have information, doesn't even know that Trump was hit with a bullet. And now the guy who's his underling comes in a week later, and he says, yes, it was a bullet.
Yep.
So you want to talk about a failure to communicate.
Yep.
This is the top guy and the number 2 in command at each agency involved that has no idea what the other person was doing. And then the other person had to get pushed out, and now they come in and they have a little bit more information, but still not enough to figure out what the hell happened.
Irk40886273 says on X, when Senator Kennedy resigns from politics, I need him as a commentator for Eagles games. Quote, they lined up for the blitz. How did they not see it?
The Eagles! Well, I have to disagree with Senator Kennedy, because a 20-minute quarter in the NFL, there's how many, not counting commercial breaks and 2-minute timeouts to go to commercial break and review a play and come back 10 minutes later and they're still looking at the replay. So, we love John
By the
Kennedy.
way, in the meantime, I was researching it. Several outlets, including the New York Post and CBS News, back when, like the day or two after it happened, testify or wrote an article saying that the sniper had crooks in his sight for 3 minutes waiting for permission.
I do recall that now. Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
3 minutes waiting for permission for him to shoot.
Yep.
Why would you have to wait for permission if there's a guy on a roof with a gun?
Well, they didn't see, the excuse was that they didn't see his gun at first. They only saw him with a rangefinder. But they had him in his sights already. And so that guy just perjured himself by saying that he did not know.
By the way, I'm going to get to Senator Hawley and Ted Cruz in 1 second. By the way, isn't this the most comprehensive breakdown of what happened yesterday?
Absolutely.
We're going in order as it happened in real time. We don't wait to like we need to act first on this. We need to do this. No. We sit back, we relax. We put everything in chronological order. We commentate on everything. Thank you very much. That's why this is the best radio station.
We should be on C-SPAN doing this kind of coverage.
I agree.
Exactly.
And
they're boring.
One more
They're
thing. Sloppy Chris Crispy on the YouTube chat says the Kayal Company YouTube stream was not on my YouTube homepage like it is every other day. He had to search for it. We went through this a couple months ago, and I'm going to say it right now because YouTube does it the best they can to throttle us, to not promote us, even though, we're getting record numbers here. Let me just say one thing. If you're watching right now, please hit the thumbs up button. Please hit the like button, because the more people that like this, the more they have to put it in people's streams or in their feeds. So please, everybody watching right now, please hit the thumbs button.
Real
thumbs
quick,
up button.
and one other note, I think it was Monday's show. Our recap, when you want to go back and watch it on demand, the Kayal Company one was not there, but Dom and others were. I think we got flagged for a song.
We got flagged for a song, and probably Led Zeppelin.
Okay.
Those damn greedy bastards.
The other thing people should know, in case they don't, is that if you click on subscribe, that doesn't mean you have to pay for anything.
Thank you.
It just means, so it's free. It just means that it'll then be up whenever you pull YouTube up on your screen, that you will then see Kayal Company on their automatic.
Exactly.
Thank you. Put this up against any other morning show that's streaming right now, and our numbers are better. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly right.
And
we'll go out and
Jokeland-
fight them if we have to.
And just
If
imagine
we
how
have to
good
go
it's-
and fight them.
Yeah.
Jokeland on the stream is asking if I'm under witness protection. I am not. I am still in my pajamas again because I am still sick and I will go back to bed. I'm a little bit better today. I slept all day yesterday after the show, and nobody wants to see me like this. And I need to fix the cameras because right now
Am I out of focus?
No, Tony's
You're
perfect.
always out of focus.
Well, I try to focus. I mean, I'm focused at least 4 straight hours a day.
That's all that matters.
Let's
all that matters.
Let's get back to this. This is Senator Josh Hawley. He was talking about. Remember the talk about how they didn't want to post up on that roof because it was too hot. How
Yet they're on another roof and it's fine.
Exactly. Senator Hawley brought that up. I'm going to start with cut 12. He wants answers on this. Cut 12, Phil, go.
Let me ask you just one or two other things here quickly. Well, whistleblowers tell me that, in fact, law enforcement were stationed to be on that roof and that law enforcement abandoned their post because it was too hot. Is that accurate?
Senator, I have heard that as well. They posted up inside. And I think moving forward, as I said earlier, we're going to ensure that state and local counter snipers are on roofs.
But do you know if someone was supposed to be on the roof? Do you know if someone was in fact? That's what the whistleblowers tells me. That may or may not be accurate. Do you know that to be the fact? Was somebody posted to the roof, local law enforcement or whomever?
I do not know that to be a fact.
Well, can I ask you why you don't know that?
Again, Senator, we are looking at this, and they should have been on that roof. And the fact that they were in the building is something that I'm still trying to understand.
I just want to express my frustration, Director, that 17 days or whatever it's been, that whistleblowers are telling us more than you are, and you don't know, you haven't ascertained if there was supposed to be law enforcement on the roof. That seems like a pretty basic fact. I'm also told that local law enforcement suppliers offered the Secret Service drones, and you declined them. Is that true?
So, Senator, one, I've been very transparent and forthcoming.
Your agency has not been transparent and forthcoming, so please, let's not go there.
I have been forthcoming, sir.
That remains to be seen. You've been on the job a few days. So far, you've fired nobody. Now, the drones.
Thank you,
Were
sir.
you offered drones?
Senator Hawley. So there was an offer to fly a drone on that day.
And why did you deny it?
Again, I think the ability of local law enforcement to provide an asset, we probably should have taken them up on it if it was offered.
It's like taking the protection plan when you buy something from Best Buy.
Yeah.
Looking back on it, I should have done it.
Think about how soft of a nation we are now, where you've got NFL teams reporting to camp. High school kids will be doing 2-a-days in August, sweating their brains out. And I've got Secret Service members. The metal panel's too hot. I can't lay on it. Really? Really?
Unbelievable.
You know, we had that 5 Below drone that we bought a couple of weeks ago, and that one wasn't working. And then the Secret Service, we only have a $3 billion budget. You don't think we could get a $1,000 drone up there?
Tony, we have the money for 87,000 new IRS agents to hassle people over tips, but we can't spend $20 on a drone.
Senator Hawley, one more here. They get into a shouting match over not firing anybody for security failures. This is cut to 13. Phil, go.
Director Rowe, can you put your first poster, your first demonstrative back up?
Please put A up, please.
Let's make sure everybody can see it. This is the photograph, I believe, that you took, your team took of the roof, the AGR roof. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. So from this vantage point, as the law enforcement who are in those windows, as they look left, they should be able to see the shooter clearly there on the AGR second floor roof. My question is, why is there not a Secret Service counter sniper on that roof?
So, Senator, when we post up, our methodology is to look at things that can see in on our protectees, so that they can provide that coverage.
But why is there not a Secret Service counter sniper there with clear line of sight? That roof has a clear line of sight.
We forgot to look
to
left.
the former president. Why didn't you put a Secret Service counter sniper
Always
there?
looked right.
The Secret Service's counter sniper role is to neutralize those threats that are looking in on us from where the protectee is, not necessarily
You think maybe you might want to revise that protocol in light of what happened here?
they were protecting the principal, and I think
the principal got shot.
I understand that, sir.
So do you think you might want to revise the protocol? Let me ask you this. Who is the lead site agent who made the decision to leave the AGR building completely outside of the security perimeter? Who was that?
Senator, I cannot give you that name. This person is operational. They're still doing investigations. They're still doing protective visits.
Have they been relieved of duty?
Nope. Senator,
right there. I'm sorry. I'm going to stop right there. That is that we can't release their identity yet.
Yeah. Still actively involved.
Are you kidding?
Gathering all the information. Yeah.
You know why they don't want to release his identity? It's because they don't want people to start researching him and finding out what his political beliefs are.
A little possible. A little bit more here.
They have not
I know
been
their
relieved
name,
of
by
duty.
the way. Why have they not been relieved of duty?
They are still cooperating, not only being interviewed by the FBI, but also by our Office of Professional Responsibility. And we will let the facts of the mission assurance and any further investigations play out.
Isn't the fact that a former president was shot, that a good American is dead, that other Americans were critically wounded, isn't that enough mission failure for you to say that the person who decided that building should not be in the security perimeter probably ought to be stepped down?
Senator, I think you're using the word decided, and I think we need to allow the investigation play out to include.
So who did make the decision then? If it wasn't the lead site agent, who made the decision not to put that in the security perimeter?
Senator, you're zeroing in on one particular agent. I want to find out exactly.
By the way, not for nothing, and not to compare this to what we do here, because they do, dangerous work, and we do
talk radio.
Yeah. But dude, if Nick Kayal came on the air and said something completely offensive, you would be fired. Guess who else would be fired? Me.
You?
Me. Because I'm the
I
boss
wouldn't be
here.
fired, though, because I'm just a...
No, you would not be fired, Tony. Dude, you're very smart in the fact that you are your own employer.
Exactly.
But it's always, the bosses they always go down with their ship. Always.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Why is that not happening here?
You're right.
No, actually, I disagree with you. They don't always go down with their ship. They scapegoat. They scapegoat somebody else, and they put all the blame on them.
Yeah,
and
they cover their own asses, and then somebody will be a fall guy.
Yep.
You think
and there shouldn't just be one fall guy in this.
Right.
It's not one person who screwed this up.
Right. No,
right.
You're right. Well,
if one person gets fired, well, everybody says, "Oh, good, they fired." No, nobody's going to say that.
Yeah. A little bit more from this, because I don't know about you guys, but I'm riveted by this whole thing.
Yep.
Me too.
Exactly what was the entire decision process. So I think I want to be neutral and make sure that we get to the bottom of it and interview everybody in order to determine if there was more than one person who perhaps exercised bad judgment.
Well, sure. My question is, why don't you relieve everybody of duty who made bad judgment? So, yeah, you're right. I am zeroing in on somebody. I'm trying to find somebody who's accountable here.
And
you're telling me that the person who made the decision not to include this in the perimeter has not been relieved of duty? What about the person who's in charge of the interoperability of radio frequencies between local law enforcement and Secret Service? Has that person been relieved of duty?
No, Senator, because interoperability is a challenge, is a greater challenge than just one person. On that day, we had a counterpart system. It failed.
As the person who made the decision to send Donald Trump onto stage knowing that you had a security situation, has that person been relieved of duty?
No, sir, they haven't.
Has the person who decided not to pull the former president off of stage when you knew that, in your words, the locals were working a serious security situation, has that person been relieved of duty?
No, sir. Again, I refer you back to my original answer that we are investigating this through a mission assurance. And as opposed to zeroing in on one,
what more do you need to investigate to know
exactly what the
more do you
decision-making
need to
process
investigate
was?
to know that there were critical enough failures that some individuals ought to be held accountable? I mean, what more do you need to know?
What I need to know is exactly what happened, and I need my investigators to do their job. And I cannot.
A lot of people didn't do their
I cannot
jobs.
put my thumb on the scale. Otherwise,
what do you mean put your thumb on the scale?
You're asking me, Senator, to completely make a rush to judgment about somebody failing. I acknowledge this was a failure of the Secret
Is it not
Service.
prima facie that somebody has failed? A former president was shot.
Sir, this could have been our Texas school book depository. I have lost sleep over that for the last 17 days,
Then
just like you
fire
have.
somebody to
and I will
hold them
tell you,
accountable.
Senator, I will tell you, Senator, that I will not rush to judgment, that people will be held accountable, and I will do so with integrity. and not rush to judgment and put people
I can't
unfairly
believe that you
persecuted.
are unfairly persecuted.
Unfairly,
We've got people
sir.
who are
we
dead.
have to be able to have a proper investigation into this, Senator.
You said earlier that you've got.
I think they really thought with the resignation of Cheadle that the temperature would die down, and it has not one bit because there still hasn't been a firing. A resignation doesn't count as a firing.
And how many times have we seen like a local police officer who's involved in something that is up in the air? You don't know what the results are. There's no body cam. What do? They take that officer off duty.
Yep.
They don't keep him around while there's an investigation going on.
Administrative leave.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable that no one has been taken, put on administrative leave, and identified.
Yep.
They have to be identified.
Yep.
One more from this. This is Ted Cruz. This clip went viral because they were asking, it's a fair question. Is this, if Joe Biden was at a rally, like what would the Secret Service detail be?
Mm-hmm.
Was it less because it's a former president? Mm-hmm. What was the what's the is it 3-1? What's the ratio of current president to former president? This is cut 14. Phil, go.
Who also not only
hold on, you're using president in a way that is not clear. Is it your testimony that in Butler, Pennsylvania, Donald Trump had the same number of agents protecting him that Joe Biden has at a comparable event?
I'm telling you the shift, the close protection shift surrounding.
That's a yes
what
or
you
no.
asked me, Senator, and I'm trying to answer it.
You are not answering it. Is it the same number of agents or not?
Senator, there is a difference between the sitting president of the United States.
Then what's the difference?
The difference?
2x, 3x, 5x,
National
10x?
Command Authority to launch a nuclear strike, sir.
I'm
there
not
are other assets
how many
that
more
travel
agents?
with the president that
Sir,
the former president
sir,
will
you are
not get.
refusing to
but
answer
the number
straight.
of Secret Service
Sir,
agents protecting him.
Stop interrupting me.
Go ahead,
You
Senator.
are refusing to answer clear and direct questions.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. Let's throw in this, not one variable, but two. On the same day in the same state, Kamala Harris and Dr. Jill Biden were all in Pennsylvania. So you had Trump in Butler County, and was Jill in Philly and Kamala out in Western PA or vice versa? Really doesn't matter. But you had the you had the vice president, the first lady, and the former president all in the same state on the same day. And it just makes you wonder, did Donald Trump have the scrap heap leftovers? Yeah. Valid point, right?
Yeah.
Right. Well, and then you wonder, was this purposeful so that they could use that as an excuse? Well, we had to protect the first lady. Well, we had to,
Right. And factor in crowd size as well. I'm not sure if they factor that in or not. But Jill Biden, what does she have today? 27 people show up? Kamala had 13% of an arena last night. Trump had 55,000 in Butler? I think that was the number that was thrown out. But Trump gets basically football attendances for NFL stadiums to show up. And you have to wonder, and I've said this since this happened, if you're Donald Trump, at this point, you just have to make it to November 5th, right? So at this point, if you can't trust the Secret Service, and financial resources not an issue for Donald Trump, hire your own people. Vet them, pay them, do whatever you got to do to make sure that you're taken care of.
There are veteran sharpshooters that are coming out and saying they'll volunteer to help protect him.
Sure.
Yeah. By the way,
imagine the what if.
Yeah.
What if Trump was killed?
I know.
You think we would have any more additional information at this point, other than people would be going crazy because the president had been a former president had been assassinated?
Yep.
My guess
would they have come out? Would they have not known a motive? I mean, if that shot had hit Trump a couple inches one way or the other, especially one way, and he was dead, you think the FBI would be saying this, slow walking the same things and saying what the motive was?
No.
The motive is clear.
Yep.
855-839-1210. We've got a theory. Christine in Coatesville. You're on Talk Radio 1210. Go ahead, Christine.
Hi, good morning. Hey, so here's my 2 cents worth. So I heard a report it agrees with what Mary said a while ago, that they did see someone on the roof, the Secret Service, but they could not verify whether it was a good guy or a bad guy. So that's why they didn't take the shot.
Yeah, how crazy is that? You don't know if that's one of your own people or not? I mean,
but it makes sense if someone was supposed to be on the roof and they were like inside or whatever, the dude that, I don't know, was too hot or whatever, that he was supposed to be there, then they can't verify it. But yeah, that is crazy. They need to verify it. And the other thing is what if he intercepted communications and he could hear everything going on and knew that there were a bunch of bozos and where he had the ability to go?
Yeah, I didn't even think about that, but you're right. And Robin, I think you mentioned it was what, ABC and CBS that had the report a few minutes ago?
I mean, everybody was kind of running with it because of this particular counter sniper coming out and saying, he's like, whoa, we tried. He was trying to CYA his own ass.
Mm-hmm.
So,
so let's do. Yesterday we played the Team Harris white women or women for Kamala Zoom call.
And don't forget the white dudes.
Well,
Yeah.
I want to zero in on the white women for Kamala because one of the organizers of the official. By the way, this is the official Team Harris Women for Kamala Zoom meeting.
With the whack job chick that we showed briefly yesterday?
No, this is another. Let me just say, put in quotations, woman, who was one of the leads of this. Again, Women for Kamala. Cut 16, Phil. Go.
Good evening, folks. My name is Charlotte Clymer. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a writer and activist, and I am so excited to be part of this historic gathering of women across the country. Now, look, I'm not going to repeat to y'all what the brilliant and eloquent women have stated before me, and nor do I have the eloquence and brilliance of the women who are going to speak over the remainder of the evening. I'm just going to tell y'all a quick story about why I proudly support Vice President Harris.
Right.
Thank you.
There he is, my Uncle Bob.
I know what mental
illness looks like.
You have to look up this guy's real face. Because he has a filter on in the Zoom meeting, a major filter. Like, look up how he really looks like, and I forget who he. There's some controversy regarding him with something. I have to. What's his name again? I'll look it up real quick.
His name is Butch.
Clymer.
Yeah, I didn't hear the Governor Shapiro. Is going to be the vice president. I think we can say that right now.
Are you officially making your call here?
At 8:45 in the morning.
Call now, is this a FanDuel lock?
It's a FanDuel lock that Josh Shapiro will be Kamala Harris's vice president.
Lay the 130 and forget it, Tony.
What are the odds right now? And it's going to be next Tuesday because that's when she's going to be in Philadelphia again because that's when she's going to start her. She may announce her vice president before next Tuesday.
Yeah.
Which, of course, is August 6th, right?
Yeah.
August 6th is next Tuesday.
Yeah.
So she's going to announce it.
Yeah.
And she's going to announce it, and then she's going to be in Philadelphia.
Exactly.
So if she doesn't announce him and comes to Philadelphia to show everybody who the pick is, and it's not Josh Shapiro, will they have him hidden in a back room?
Yeah.
Well,
and then they're immediately, and here's the other thing, they're going to immediately leave for 7 swing states in 4 days. They're going to go to Western Wisconsin, Detroit, Raleigh, Savannah, Phoenix, and Vegas.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Josh Shapiro last spoke with her, according to his people, on July 21st, which was the Sunday that Biden packed it in, right?
Yeah. All right. So we know Josh Shapiro is going to be the vice president because his language has gotten 3,000 times more blue. This is what he said yesterday while he was out campaigning for Kamala Harris. By the way, isn't there work to be done in Pennsylvania? I mean,
PA's on autopilot.
Look at Philly, for God's sake.
I think if they brought back Jim Kenney, he's not doing anything. He's going to pretend he's running Pennsylvania now.
Terrell Parker and Bob Casey have things on lockdown. Don't worry about it.
Hopefully it's not Sheriff Bilal here in Philadelphia. I don't think she could run the water in a restroom.
By the way, people are saying that you guys should bet me the $1,000 that it won't be Shapiro.
Well, I was just going to say, FanDuel has it at minus 130, but Nunzio in South Philly says he's got it at minus 125. So
my guy Guido says no. He's got to lay the juice.
Yeah.
You got to lay the juice.
Yeah, you can shop for numbers.
Shapiro putting his big boy pants on and talking blue. Cut 1, Phil, go.
And so I got a message to Donald Trump. Stop talking, America. This is the greatest country on the face of the earth. Let's start acting like it. know that's true. You know that's true. He doesn't know that's true. He keeps talking us down, and he keeps trying to rip away our fundamental freedoms. I mean, I have to laugh. You ever see this guy? Like, when he's on a stage, he, like, kind of meanders over, you know, can't really walk well, and he goes over to the flag, and he, like, hugs the flag. I mean, I love the flag, but it's a weird thing he does.
Weird.
Right?
They're really going with fetch, aren't they?
He's hugging the flag. You know what he's doing? He's ripping away our freedoms.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
There you go. Freedom.
Boy,
take
is this
away.
guy... This guy, I wouldn't buy a Ginsu knife on the boardwalk in Atlantic City next to the Mr. Peanut event if he was out there barking like that. Would you?
No. Kurt Roth says on Twitter, and this is great. I love when, maybe he's right. Who knows? I'll just read it for the sake of conversation. Kurt Roth sends me a tweet last night, 13 hours ago. Now, this is Kurt Roth. I just spoke with an acquaintance, common to Governor Shapiro. His family is very close to the Shapiro family. He's been telling me, even up to this week, that Shapiro's not interested in a Veep run, this time for family reasons. Take that for what it's worth. Kurt Roth reporting live on X.
We not Eli Roth, the great producer in horror film.
We played the Megan Thee Stallion clip earlier, so if you missed it, go back to on the rewind, on the Odyssey app rewind. You can just rewind it to, I think we did it at 7:30 or something like that. So just go back and listen to that. Kamala Harris then took the stage. According to reports, half the crowd left after Megan Thee Stallion performed. Yep. She puts on some bizarre Southern accent when she's doing this.
Yep.
This is cut 18. Phil, go.
And you all helped us win in 2020, and we're going to do it again in 2024. Yes, we will.
Never heard Kamala talk like that in my life. Now, Tony, you and I have both relocated and been in the South. You've gone to the West Coast of Florida. You've been all over. But when I moved to Nashville in 2018 and lived there for 4.5 years, not once did I ever pick up a Southern drawl or try to do anything to make myself look even more disingenuous as a Northerner living in the South. Yet this is exactly what the Democrats do. It's like Joe Biden. One day Joe Biden was raised by the Greek community. Then he was raised in a Puerto Rican church and a Jewish synagogue. It's so disingenuous, and people actually fall for it.
And then, listen, when I lived in Birmingham, I was young. It was 1976 to 78. My son was born there in Alabama. But I put on. You have to start speaking like a Southerner. You could put it on. Anybody can put on a Southern accent. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
did Kamala Harris, who's probably never.
Did you have a slight
I was just going to say, did
when
you
you were living
adopt
down there?
one? Because I never did.
I put it on when I had to. You know what I'm saying? If I went to a club, if I went to a country bar, I saw a girl with the big belt buckle and a painted on jeans
I
and
have
the
to
big
admit,
boots.
Yeah, the big
Back
boots.
when
I
you
have
were
to admit that when we-
interviewing Bear Bryant and the Crimson
Paul
Tide.
Bear Bryant and Ralph Shug Jordan up there in Tuscaloosa, up in the tower in Tuscaloosa.
I have to admit something about moving to Philadelphia. I lived in Philadelphia for about 13 years. And I did pick up a couple things, one of which coffee
and
water.
Yeah.
Water.
Yeah.
I still but I almost purposely did it because I love saying it. I love saying water.
Coffee Talk with Linda Richmond.
One more on Kamala. She challenges Trump to a debate because there's this going back and forth about if they're going to debate or not. This is cut 19. Phil, go.
So here's the thing. Here's the funny thing about that.
Why is she laughing?
So he won't debate, but he and his running mate sure seem to have a lot to say about me. And by the way, don't you find some of their stuff to just be plain weird?
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah. Energy.
Well, Donald.
Yeah.
I do hope you'll reconsider to meet me on the debate stage. Because as the saying goes, if you've got something to say, say it to my face.
I will say this, guys. This could be an unpopular opinion, but that's what I do here. It's a way more animated crowd than a Joe Biden event.
Oh, well, of course.
Yeah.
Well, they went there to see Megan Thee Stallion and the rapper Quavo.
What about the white guy standing behind him?
I know, yeah. He looks like he's in a hostage video.
He does, and he looks like he's like, if you turn that Kamala Harris sign that he's holding over, it's going to say, "Help me."
No, then there's some young white dudes over in the corner. Did you see that? They looked like they were 17.
Yeah.
You know, and that the closest they've ever been to a woman is when they came out of their mom's
yes,
front hole. You know what I'm saying?
The front hole, yes. Thank you.
Front hole.
And here, we've heard these Trump allies. Front hole. The Canadian Cancer Society renaming things. We've heard all these allies say, don't attack Kamala on the DEI stuff, just rip her apart on policy. I would advise Kamala Harris, if I was a Democrat strategist, I wouldn't bait or try to goad or trash talk Trump into a debate. I'd be very careful with that, because that is, if you were to sit there and say, what are Trump's greatest strengths, his ability to debate is right up there with the best of them.
I
would
agree with you.
Be careful, and he's going to debate her.
Oh, of course he is.
He said that he wants to debate her 3 times if she's ready.
Yeah.
Yep. And we will have Donald Trump Jr. At the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey, the day after what's supposed to be the first debate, September 12th in Collingswood, New Jersey. So get tickets now.
There you go.
Beautiful.
All right, is that it for the cut sheet?
Whew, I'm exhausted.
I am too.
We still have a great 9 o'clock hour coming up.
We do. I'm so exhausted I couldn't lay on a hot rooftop right now if the Secret Service paid me a lot of money to do so. Speaking of that, do we have time for a call real quick? Or save it?
Yes.
All right, let me just grab Charlie here, because Charlie's worked in construction for a long time, and he's got some rooftop analysis. Charlie in Philadelphia, you go right ahead, sir.
Yeah, I worked pretty much my whole life, Center City or, Philadelphia. And any time a dignitary, like a president, vice president, higher up people, come to town, they told you days in advance you weren't going to be allowed on the roof that day.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you had to do on the roof had to be done, because the Secret Service might take you out if you were, they didn't tell you the route that the people were going by. They just told the whole city, you just stay off the roofs that day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know when that changed, but how can this kid get up there and nothing happened to him? I don't understand that.
You're right. And Tony, you gave the distance. Tony gave the distance earlier. What is it, 0.8 of a mile a sniper can reach? Or 0.6 of a mile?
No, some of the super snipers, they can hit something a mile away.
Right.
Or more.
Right. Yeah. So I would say stay off the rooftops if you're within about a mile of any presidential candidate, former president, vice president, first lady, you name it. Nice work, Charlie. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to the final hour on the way, including a hard-hitting interview with Bill Maher.
This is amazing.
This is unbelievable.
You have to hear this. Yeah.
Yes. And then also we've got some COVID news that I've been sitting on I want to get to from 2 cities that Bruno used to live in. And also a new study that once again confirms, as you're starting to see people around the country putting them on again, masks do not work. Back after this, Kayal and Company.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1216. 800-499-1216. 800-499-1216.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I learned it from my adoptive mom. Hold my hand.
You hold my hand.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. You can't imagine the reward. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Our video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
bounce. I don't know why, but this old town
Ain't seen nothing yet.
It's Kayal and Company, baby, 9 o'clock hour as we continue on this Wednesday morning. Nick Kayal, Tony Bruno, Greg Stalker, Miss Robin, 855-839-1210. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 in just about 30 minutes. The Morning Mystery movie clip in less than 20. And a Wednesday installment of Phil Almquist's Today in Music History coming up in just about 45 minutes. All right, so I want to get to two things here. You're not going to get this anywhere else. You're going to get Bill Maher and Hawk Tuah Girl together, as well as a new COVID study. And I always love talking about this with you, Tony Bruno, because you were one of those individuals that had some adverse effects, certainly. And,
yes.
and you've talked about it before, and I'll cue you up for that for all the details after getting the vaccine. And I've been sitting on a couple of stories, and I'm glad that I didn't get to these in the last week or so, because now we have a new study showing that masks do not work. But in the last week, we have seen in Los Angeles, county officials telling residents to wear masks again. And then as soon as L.A. does it, San Francisco jumps in. City officials recommend wearing masks in, quote, some indoor spaces. And honestly, if we weren't having so much going on right now with the last month of an assassination attempt and Kamala Harris and J.D. Vance and Joe Biden, we probably would have got to this story where the Navy SEALs, who were punished for refusing to get the COVID vaccine over the mandate based on religious grounds, they picked up a big victory in court over the Biden administration as their rights were violated. And then all of this leads to yesterday, as I see a new study, and I saw this, I retweeted it last night if you want to see it. It's written by Outkick. And a new study that was done in Norway showed that they took 4,600 adults. Half of them, about 2,300 and change, were told to wear surgical masks. The other half not. And there was no testing. You only could report back self-reported symptoms. And what they found after the study was concluded, that the masks made no difference whatsoever. And this goes along with a study in Denmark, Bangladesh, a lot of countries. England has done these things. And these things never show up in mainstream media on a newscast. Why? Because it's all bought and paid for by Big Pharma. But I do think it's fascinating because I have seen more people in the last week, and my wife is noticing this now because they moved back up here about a month ago. And we go to, different shopping centers and things like that. And my wife, and she had been down in Nashville since 2019, and she's blown away by how many people are still wearing masks in the greater Philadelphia area, because those things disappeared in Nashville, Tennessee in 2022, Tony.
Well, you don't see any masks down here in Florida, but I'm noticing more and more people wearing them outside because, people are getting colds. Like Robin got a cold.
I'd be curious I should take a COVID test just to see.
I think I have it too.
Just to see if I had COVID. And I mean, honestly, it was a cold. That's all it really was. I'm feeling 1,000 times better today than I did yesterday.
I'm run down because I think I got what Robin had. So that's what's happening. People are inside. We're on airplanes. There wasn't one mask on an airplane, and pretty much everybody in there was over the age of 75.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe one mask. Somebody was obviously with an oxygen tank. But other than that, old people aren't wearing masks in Florida.
Well, and that's what has been the last little bit of pushback that I've heard from people, where they say, yeah, I agree, the masks, cosmetic theater, they don't work. But if you're in the elderly community, you probably should wear one. And I'm like, wait a minute. Does the mask know that you're in the elderly population? Does the mask add superpowers based on who's wearing them? If they don't work for a 9-year-old, they don't work for a 40-year-old, they don't work for an 80-year-old. So that rationale makes no sense to me either. And I've heard that a lot lately, and I push back on that. Like, now the vaccine, that's different. I don't think most people need the vaccine, but I do think the vaccine's beneficial for the high risk, the people with comorbidities, diabetes, cancer, and the elderly. But an 8-year-old getting booster number 6, you do what you want with your kid, but I find that highly unnecessary at this point.
And I'm glad these lawsuits are being won because I know people at ESPN who were fired for not taking the vaccine, and they were using religious exemptions.
Yep.
They sued ESPN, and now they have won. So ESPN has been sued, and people have had to have their jobs back. I have an NBA official, one of the best officials in the league, who sued the NBA and ESPN and other organizations because he did not want to take the COVID vaccine. And they not only did they fire him, they took away his pension. And so he's suing them for buku bucks. And he's going to win that suit too, because even though you can't sue the Pfizers and the Modernas, because the government made a deal with them so they don't get sued, you can sue the government because it was the government who was mandating these vaccines and making employers mandate the vaccine. So the employers who were mandating the vaccine, they're the ones who are getting fired, and many, many people who have done so have fired and have won their cases, and you're going to see more and more of this every single day.
But wait, I actually asked a lawyer about this, and he said that there is a gray area against the whole Pfizer and everybody having immunity that is based upon clear guidelines that they were telling the truth of what they knew. If we can prove that they had all this information ahead of time, then that agreement of immunity could be completely voided.
It's also interesting, and Robin, I think you might know this answer. I want to say, you're from the Netherlands, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Is it the Netherlands or another country in that general vicinity as the only two countries, along with the United States, that permit advertising of Big Pharma on television? I think it's the United States and only one other country on the planet that allows advertising of Big Pharma. Because
let me look it up because I'm not familiar.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it might have been Netherlands. Maybe it's Denmark. There's one other country out there, and I'm almost
a lot of the European companies are allowed to show ads like with sexual protection, condoms, and they do it in clever ways. It's just instead of just promoting abortion, they show people how to prevent each other from getting pregnant.
The U.S. and New Zealand are the only countries that allow direct-to-consumer prescription drug advertisements.
There you go. Thought I saw that.
And by the way, when I go to my doctor, I don't know what to ask him anymore because every commercial I see, I may have that. So I ask my doctor for that, which is nonsense.
By the way, I'm going to do this right now.
We have our Binax now, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm asking everybody, if you feel a little down, Phillies fans who have seen the Phillies now lose 10 of their last 14. All of a sudden, people are starting to get concerned.
I still have these
the
left
Phillies,
over.
Maybe they have monkeypox. Maybe that's coming back.
No, the Phillies,
bird flu.
The Phillies are susceptible to the new variant, playing and trying to defeat good teams.
The pitching isn't working variant. That's a new strain that's going around, but. If you get yourself out there in the outfield later on, I know you're going to the game. No, our buddy's going to the game, right?
Stocker's going.
I'm going. Yeah,
Stocker's going.
I'll be there today.
So once again, if we're keeping score at home as to who enjoys things on company perks, Anthony Dorenzo goes to the Eagles games in the WIP suite. Stocker goes for Corporate Shield Day.
This has nothing to do with the radio.
Phil Omquist,
station, by the way, I'm not allowed to use the company perks because they're for salespeople. I'm one of those lowly programmers. You know what I mean?
I haven't had a Phillies ticket offered to me all season, but don't worry. Middle of August, I'll be there for Police Athletic.
Hey,
night.
I got Phillies tickets for us out in Clearwater. To go to a game against who were they playing? Was it the Yankees, the Red Sox? It was somebody. It was Toronto Blue Jays, and they got smoked in that game in spring training. So I have contacts at the Phillies. In fact, when I was in Philly on Sunday, I could have called my contact, even though it was sold out, and gotten into the game.
Yeah, where's my boy John Brazier at? I need a ticket.
John Brazier, that's my man. My man, John Brazier. I could have called him, but I don't want to be one of those guys who just pops into town and is looking for free stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like rides to the airport. You can never do that, right?
Well, no, I was gonna pay. I paid my way in. I paid my way for the flights.
Yep.
I paid for the hotel.
You did.
Are you serious right now, Nick Kayal?
Do you fly Southwest on?
No, Southwest doesn't fly nonstop into Philly. It's American.
Apparently
and
they don't give you an open seat anymore. Now you have assigned
and Avello.
seats. See that story?
Yeah, I haven't flown on Southwest. I used to all the time, but. Yeah. I'm not flying connections from Florida to Philly. No way.
Yeah, I fly Frontier. I just hope to get a seatbelt on my seat. That's all I ask for.
You think their seatbelts work?
No.
When you're going down. Luckily, I survived a plane crash because I had a seatbelt.
Yes, exactly. All right, so let's get to the last little bit of business for the day before we get to our movie clip and then, of course, the cut sheet part due. Bill Maher. This is amazing. And I want to play this for a variety of reasons. But first and foremost, I think as any male listener in this audience that enjoys football, what we had to sit through and endure last year with the nonstop Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift facade ruined our day. I want women to understand this right now, okay? Robin, hold your ears here for a second.
I know, I agree with you.
NFL Sundays are our day. This is our, and I say that as a college football fan. But in the fall, I want to have 3 to 7 to maybe even 12 hours of commercial-free football gluttony.
Good God.
And I don't want Taylor Swift ruining my day.
Are you be prepping on those Sundays?
I'm always prepping. The prepping never stops. It's a 24/7 cycle. And I just don't want to have my day ruined by all this nonsense that I can get anywhere else. Sunday is for us. So I hope that this is true, that Travis Kelce will ultimately be the one that dumps Taylor Swift. I'll take Taylor Swift dumping Travis Kelce. I just don't want to hear about it on NFL broadcasts anymore. And Bill Maher, I believe, brings this up at some point here. This is K3, which the internet sensation that went viral last month. Surprise, surprise, in Nashville, Tennessee, where all the chicks go viral. We had, that wedding crasher girl. We had the NFL draft girl who was steamed up that her bridal shower got interrupted by the NFL draft in Nashville. All these things seem to go viral in Nashville.
A lot of women are viral, and so are men down there. It goes around. You know what I'm saying? It's a very loose town.
Exactly right. So Hawk Tua girl, which her real name is, I had that here, Haley Welch.
Yeah.
Yes.
I watched this entire thing.
So you
yesterday,
did.
By the way, I just
is this one that not the Friday night show?
This is the Club Random.
This is the one where he sits and smokes weed.
Yep.
And,
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
It's
one of my favorite podcasts, by the way.
It's a great podcast. I
love
watch it. I watch almost every episode he does.
Yep.
But it's just weird for a 68-year-old dude who's smoking pot and drinking tequila.
Yeah.
I have nothing wrong with either of those two things, by the way. Talking to a 21-year-old who's like, I don't know, she basically compares him to her grandfather, like grandpop.
And I thought her 15 minutes of fame was up until she went on with Bill Maher. So now she's back in the cycle again. So we could take her and Taylor Swift for all I care. Just get them out of my orbit. That's fine.
Dude, she's doing all kinds of podcasts. She's everywhere.
Well, everybody's doing it for like a little bump in their rate. Hey, let's get Hawk Tua girl on.
Yeah.
That'll kill some time in July. But here's K3. Let's cue this up. We have the audio and the video, Phil. Bill Maher and Haley Welch.
Who do you listen to?
I don't know. I like country music. Do you like?
Yeah, I do.
Do you?
Well, some. Like any music, I like the good parts and not the bad parts. I could name lots of country. I love Brooks and Dunn. Remember them?
Mm-hmm.
Are they before
Love
your
Brooks and
time?
Dunn.
Okay.
You like Keith Whitley?
Never heard of him. What about Taylor Swift?
I like Taylor Swift.
You do?
I do.
I liked her more when she was country.
I do too. I really liked her when I was younger growing up.
Sparks
Loved
Fly.
it.
I love that. You know that song?
Yeah. Do you really like that song?
I love it. Would I have name checked it if I didn't?
Can I say one thing about this?
Yeah, pause it.
I'm going to stop this.
Go ahead.
You know the meme with Steve Buscemi who has the AC/DC shirt on and he's holding the skateboard. He says, "Hello, fellow kids."
Uh-huh.
That's what I feel like this is. Do you like Taylor Swift? I really like that Sparks Fly song. Do you like it's just so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And I like Bill Maher. I'm a Bill Maher fan.
Yep.
This is just I don't know why he did this.
And she's drinking a high noon, as 21-year-olds in Nashville like to do. I can attest to that.
Or 17-year-olds like to do everywhere.
Yeah, because if you're drinking high noons, it means you don't like alcohol.
Right. Hey, why don't you go get a Dr. Pepper?
Exactly.
With all due respect.
Unless High Noon wants to, sponsor this show.
I'll pimp any booze.
By the way, speaking of sponsors, people are asking about my shirt, and it's not what you think it is.
WTF.
It's WTF. Welcome to Florida. And a lot of people have been using different terminologies.
Yep.
WTF.
Available on TonyBrunoShow.com.
Exactly right.
By the way, Tony Bruno signed that shirt, too. If you're watching right now on the YouTube chat, you can see that.
Yes. Everybody will get a signed copy.
Well, it is one of the Tony Bruno signature collections.
Does that come with a certificate of authenticity, Mr. Bruno?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
I will even Hawk Tua on it if you want it. I mean, it depends.
Don't make me.
All right, let's
Or blow my nose, whatever you want. Any kind of bodily fluids. I'll make sure I'm not COVID positive.
Yep.
Or any other diseases that are flying around.
Let's do a little bit more here.
All right.
But you sit here high as hell and you just mind your business, listen to sparks fly, don't you?
It's happened. It's in my playlist. I love it. You're too young to remember anything. But
like what?
Beatles, Elvis, Frank Sinatra, other musical performers who have had immense careers like this, where they dominated beyond just mere culture. I mean, rather real, just the music into the culture. And she has. All right, so you listen to Taylor Swift, and who else? Who else is
Have
like?
you heard of Tate McRae?
Do you listen to a lot of rap?
I mean, here and there, like old rap, though. I don't listen to much new rap.
What's old to you, old rap? To me, it's
Let's see.
Jay-Z and Tupac.
Listen to him.
Cisco.
You've heard of Jay-Z.
Yeah, and Tupac. I've heard of both of them. I just don't listen to them like that.
Yeah.
Besides that one song Jay-Z's in. It's like, concrete jungle, wet dream tomato. You know, about New York.
Wet Dream Tomato?
That's not really what it says, but that's what it sounds like, and that's what I know it by.
Wet Dream Tomato. That's
concrete jungle, wet dream tomato.
I mean,
yeah, that's not the lyric at all. But okay.
Did she adopt that accent from Kamala Harris? Where did she get that
real.
southern drawl from?
That's because she's from the South.
Yeah.
One of the most cringe interviews you will ever see. I think Bill Maher probably nails the interviews 9 out of 10 times. And where I give Bill credit, Tony, and I've seen him in person in his stand-up bit. I saw him in the Sands Casino in Bethlehem back in 2015, and he was great.
Steel Stacks, is that what it's called up there?
Baby, that's right, yes. And he's had a lot of people on that, like, you say what you want about Bill Maher. Like, some people say, well, he's no longer liberal. He's more conservative than he used to be.
He's not.
But he's not.
No.
And
He's
also
more open-minded than he used to be.
But he's still a Trump hater. But he has I mean, he's had Sage Steele on the show. He's had Ted. I mean, he brings on dissenting viewpoints all the time, which is why I like his show.
Well, he didn't used to. I mean, because his audience in L.A. is just trained SEALs. They're like the Views audience, But now when he's mixing it up, because he loves Gavin Newsom, which is the most bizarre thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he wants Gavin Newsom to be the president.
Yeah, I don't
and
get
when he
that.
has Gavin on his show, he all but gets down and Hawk Tua's on him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how much he loves Gavin Newsom.
Which
if you live in L.A. like he does, that's what's amazing.
Yeah.
Nobody in L.A. likes Gavin Newsom.
Right.
He's the worst governor in American history. He's destroying the state, and yet Gavin Newsom Bill Maher literally loves this guy.
Yeah, which to your point makes no sense because Bill hates the far left wing of the Democrat Party, and Gavin Newsom is right there on the edge of the spectrum with Kamala Harris and all these other left wing progressives. So I don't know why he would advocate for Gavin Newsom at all, especially being somebody that lives in his state, right?
But he also, it's because Gavin's younger and he's got the look and all the other stuff. But it's not about the look and about, the same thing with Kamala Harris. It's not because of her skin color. But that's what people are going to vote for. That's what the women thing is, and her sounding like a country artist one day and then sounding like a valley girl the next. They're just trying to appeal to those people who have no idea, didn't know who she was 2 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen man on the street interviews with people holding up signs. Who's this? They did not know who Kamala Harris was.
They did.
But now everybody knows. Everybody knows who she is because she's being marketed and the media is helping push it.
The media is doing a great job in reimagining her, rebranding her, because Tony Bruno is 100% right. And we were going to do this bit, and I don't think we can do it anymore because now she's everywhere and you can't escape her. But if you would have asked anybody, 15 days ago, if they knew who Kamala Harris was, or if they knew who the vice president was,
right.
I believe under 10% would have said yes.
Yeah. 855-839-1210, 921. Let's get to a Wednesday edition of our Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
Yes.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It was you I was after all along, Lucy.
What?
I knew that if I could get Sam and Michael into the family, there's no way you could say no.
Where's Michael?
It was all going to be so perfect, Lucy. Just like one big happy family. Your boys
And my boys.
Great. The blood-sucking Brady Bunch.
I still want you, Lucy. I haven't changed my mind about that.
I didn't invite you this time, Max.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210. And you could win this great prize.
Can I tell you a quick story? I was Saturday morning. My wife was out of town, and that movie came on, and Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Oh,
And
simultaneously?
I sat there like a 7-year-old in 1987 and watched both movies.
Okay.
That movie that was way too easy.
It was.
Don't give it away, Robin. Come on.
I knew
Robin,
that
you
one.
are not eligible for today's prize.
Damn it.
As I scroll through my email here, I know it's the Eagles tickets, but I want to make sure I get the copy right.
It is.
It's a 4-pack of Eagles open practice tickets coming up Thursday, August 1st, which is tomorrow. 6:30 p.m. at the link. If you don't win them, you can buy them for just a mere $10, and it goes to the Eagles Autism Fund. Great cause, great charity. So even if you can't win them and you want to go, pay the $10. It goes to a great cause. But you'll get a 4-pack of tickets right now. Caller 12-855-839-1210. If you can identify that clip, we'll come back, get our winner, and then what's on the cut sheet, part 2. Stay there.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251.
Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Right now might be the best time ever to upgrade your old, inefficient water heater to a state-of-the-art Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater. It's eco-friendly, Energy Star certified for high efficiency, and will help lower your energy bills. Rebates and tax credits are now available that could save you thousands of dollars. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing professional about the Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater, or visit bradfordwhite.com to learn more.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old inefficient windows and doors with the great people at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. Have drafty windows you've been meaning to replace? Well, you receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. In need of new doors? Well, Guida's got you covered there as well, with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Don't let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st, so call Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go GUIDA.com.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Schedule an appointment and start your crash-proof education to learn how our proprietary crash-proof retirement system includes inflation fighters that can increase your income up to 35% or more to fight rising costs without depleting your nest egg.
Geraldine Chiadetti, Warrington, Pennsylvania. Crash-proof puts a smile on my face every day. I sleep well, and it even put a bigger smile on my face today when I got my 13%. The interest we receive from Crash Proof is credited interest. I'm not worried about inflation one bit. We get Crash Proof income, but guess what? Your principal still doesn't go down because your interest from your money is making more money. When I was told we made 13%, my husband looked at me and I looked at him and we did the happy dance.
Schedule an appointment to begin your crash-proof retirement education. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as one day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Young and your heart was an open book. You used to say, live and let live. But if this ever-changing world
Kayal and Company, 9:31. As we continue, Wednesday morning, Tony Bruno, Ms. Robin hanging out with Greg and I. Mary Walter will be in tomorrow and Friday, but we still have a lot to get to before we hand things off to Pat Callahan at the top of the hour.
Actually, it's Kathy Barnett this morning.
Kathy Barnett?
Yeah.
There you go.
Love Kathy Barnett.
Yeah.
There you go. What's on the cut sheet part 2 coming up, and what occurred today in music history. I also want to give just a few details. If you're going to Harrisburg today for the Trump rally, we'll give you some tidbits as to what you can expect. But right now we've got Robert in Morristown. He's our Morning Mystery movie clip winner. Robert, what movie did we just play for you, sir?
Nick, that is Lost Boys.
Lost Boys.
Yeah. Every all-American male would know that Jamie Gertz is in that movie also.
Oh, damn right, man.
Exactly right.
Congratulations. Right. Eagles 4-pack of practice tickets for tomorrow night. There you go, Robert.
That sounds great.
You got it, buddy.
Are they
Thank
Lost
you.
Boys for Kamala, though? That's what I want.
I think Joe Biden right now is one of the Lost Boys, because what is the man going to do? 50 years in the swamp. What do you do now in retirement?
I know.
Not that I
He's
really
doing no.
care.
He has no event scheduled.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the second gentleman flew up to Nantucket for a private high-risk, high-investor meeting right near the windmills. And the windmills, which exploded up there, and nobody's covering this story, they were standing there, the fishermen were standing there with signs when his motorcade. How does the second gentleman have a motorcade of multiple vehicles to go up to a fundraiser in Nantucket, for God's sake? Anyway, he's up there. He had no idea about the wind. And by the way, you know that windmill that blew up and it's all over the bottom of the sea up there in Nantucket? That was guess where the money came from for that, to build that? It came from the what is it called now? I have it written down here. I can't see it now. It's part of the government infrastructure. That's what it's called. The IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. I'm sorry. Inflation Reduction Act, $1.2 billion tax equity package money. So our tax dollars, part of the Inflation Reduction Act, went to this company from Finland and to build the first offshore substation, finished in 2023. It opened in February of this year, and a blade fell off the length of a football field, is sitting at the bottom of the ocean, and there's all kinds of debris washing up, asbestos, styrofoam, and I guarantee you, not only does Doug Emhoff not know about this, Kamala Harris doesn't know about this, because the media is covering this up, because the corrupt media up there in New England, all run by Democrats, are also covering this up. And it's fishermen and it's the local communities that are showing up at these meetings to rip this company. A foreign company comes into the United States, gets our tax dollars, builds a windmill, and it falls apart less than 6 months. And the weather was clear. Imagine when the weather gets nasty in the North Atlantic, which it does. So
And
all
how
these
many-
clean energy people, they're just scam artists. And this is another scam. And Doug Emhoff had no idea what
How
was going
many
on.
were they saying that they were going to put up there?
I don't know, but this is the first one that's out there.
First of many, supposedly, to be put there.
They want to build them in Jersey. The scumbag in New Jersey, Phil Murphy, he's taking money too from foreigners to build windmills off the Jersey shore. Whales have been watching up, and they want to ignore the fact that these things are hurting the environment. But if a straw goes in the water, they want to shut everything down. But the windmills are falling apart. They're polluting. They're getting into sea fish. They're getting into oysters.
You can't find a plastic bag on the Jersey Shore, but windmills just fine.
Yes, indeed.
Exactly.
So,
and this windmill only produced 1% of the energy used.
I know.
So it's not even cost effective.
Have you seen these shards that have?
Yes.
I mean, they look like fiberglass swords that could impale you or any fish or whale or anything. I mean,
are
they're nasty.
are those the fiberglass shards that hit Donald Trump in his right ear?
No, that was from the teleprompter.
Okay, just had to make sure. Trying to keep up on my shards. So Donald Trump today in Harrisburg, according to WHP, CBS 21 affiliate in Harrisburg, rally goers already were lined up at 4 a.m. this morning as Trump is set to speak at the New Holland Arena of Harrisburg's Farm Show Complex. That'll be at 6 o'clock tonight. So you got to imagine, shortly after 6 o'clock, you'll see the rally on all the television channels like Newsmax, Fox, and OAN. And then specifically, Secret Service agents have told WHP they will not discuss security proceedings for this event. City officials, however, have said Harrisburg police, because this is the first time he's back in PA, Harrisburg police have been instructed to control traffic around the complex and be available if needed. Quote, we're going to be on standby in case something terrible happens, and we will be able to spring into action at a moment's notice, said the Harrisburg Director of Communications, Matt Mizell. Pennsylvania State Police and Capitol Police also involved in the event's security. So,
Will he be standing outside of the Trump rally and doing his Barack Obama impersonation to woo the black voters in Harrisburg?
Will he be talking trash?
Yeah.
We will find out.
By the way,
Maybe Trump should debate Josh Shapiro tonight at halftime of tonight's of his appearance. Bring Josh Shapiro up on the stage.
Yeah.
And Bob Casey.
Yeah.
Bob Casey.
Bury those cockroaches.
Where's he been?
He's at home washing his tights. All right, 9:37. Let's get to a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. Yeah, What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 sponsored by Budget Blinds. I'm going to do something that we don't usually do here. I'm going to do a dealer's choice. I'm going to tell you what I have left, and I'll let you guys pick from where you want to go next. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shade, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. Budgetblinds.com. That's budgetblinds.com. I am a proud patron. Budget Blinds is in my house, so they're a great company. Okay, where I'm going to start, you guys can pick. I have a crazy TikToker. I have voters and people trying to name a single Kamala Harris accomplishment. I have Call of Duty. I have Anton.
I saw the Call of Duty. That's pretty interesting.
I have Anton Daniels schooling black women for Kamala Harris.
I saw that last night.
That was fantastic.
And I have these men boxers that are competing in the Olympics.
Well, those
women.
people, I mean, this is another reason to not watch. Again, if you want to watch gymnastics and swimming, and the gymnastic women won last night. If you want to watch it, let's go ahead.
All right.
Tell people to
but they're not
stuff.
they're not even trying to look like women.
Allowing men to box against real women should be an absolute something that they should shut down immediately, but they won't.
This feels like Jeopardy, where you have the categories going.
Categories.
Yeah. I'll take potent potables for
Yeah, I always take potent potables too.
No, let's go Anton Daniels and then the name Kamala's accomplishments.
Okay, well, let's start with Anton Daniels. This is cut 17, Phil. This was one of those Zoom calls where basically they were saying that they were just going to vote for Kamala Harris because she is a black woman.
Right.
And this gentleman took issue with that. Cut 17, Phil, go.
I'm going to just be real honest with this. She's a black woman.
Yeah, because they stem folk, not Kim folk.
I think it goes back to what somebody was saying, where it's not voting for someone, but majority will vote for somebody else just to.
Hold on. Let me line this out.
I think majority.
Is it only because she a black woman?
Yeah.
Do you not see how that's a bad idea?
Elaborate.
Okay, so we're in 3 proxy wars with some of the most powerful leaders in the world. She failed at the border, in which we have an estimation of 15 to 20 million people illegally into this country. That is literally overtaking and bankrupting Chicago to the tune of over $400 million per year, and they are in a deficit. Oakland is going out of business. San Francisco, ditto. California, $65 billion deficit. New York, they're literally cutting trash, in which they are the rattiest, dirtiest city, and they've taken up resources as far as free healthcare, free hotels to the tune of $600 a day. They're literally taking over your schools. Your taxpayer dollars are going to fund the migrant crisis. She was supposed to be in charge of this. We have a failing economy. Every single day I see people getting on the internet talking about $30 an hour is the new minimum wage because inflation is out of control. At one point, it was at almost 10%, depending on what city that you were in. She has no policy, no record to stand on. One of the biggest things that she did in her career was lock up more black men than ever before, but we sitting here and vote her in office on identity politics. The very person that she was under as far as the president of the United States of America, she called him racist during a debate, which shows you how fake she is. And the only thing that we can stand on from a policy perspective is whether or not she's black and she's a woman. We did that during the Obama administration, and he didn't do anything for black people. As a matter of fact, y'all complain because the only person that he did, or the only group of people that he really stood for is the alphabet community, and that's his landmark thing that he's still standing on today. So the only thing that we have to stand on is identity politics. That shit didn't work with Tiffany Henyard in Dayton, Illinois. It didn't work with Karen Bass. It didn't work with Lori Lightfoot in Chicago. It didn't work with Brandon Johnson that then took over her position in Chicago. It didn't work with Andre Dickens in Atlanta. It didn't work with Eric Adams in New York. It doesn't work across the country. Every single Democratic city is a hellhole. And we sitting here talking about identity politics?
Wow.
We talking about practice? Not a game. Not a game.
Is he not awesome?
Now, he has his own podcast, his own YouTube
He's
channel.
good. He's real good.
He's really good. Not because he thinks outside the box and he doesn't. He's a guy that looks at the big picture.
Yeah.
And black people, as you see, I don't know how many of them said they were going to vote for Kamala Harris, but I guess it was a Kamala Harris for president open forum.
Yes.
And the one woman who said she's going to vote for him simply because of her skin color, and then he broke it down.
Yeah, he was on Laura Ingram's show last night on Fox, and he was really good on that spot as well. And again, I think the numbers, when you see Trump polling around 20% with the black vote, I do tend to think that's accurate. Again, he's never going to get the majority. I don't know that a Republican will ever get the majority. But we saw in 2016 it was 6%. Then in 2020 it was 12%. I think it'll be north of 15. I think about 20% is the sweet spot. And I do think that could be enough to swing the election. I think there are a lot of people more than ever that are like, I'm not taking the bait. Although that girl right there, well, she just wants to make history. That's what scares me is because you have a lot of people that are just going to vote against Trump because they hate him and vote for Kamala so that she can make history. It's not based on policy accomplishments, because if that was the case, it would be a landslide.
Well, I mean, Hillary, I think that people were voting for her just because she was a woman.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But she was unlikable enough that not all women felt that way about her. Like I, for example, was like, I want to vote for a woman if there's a qualified woman, but I refuse to allow that woman to be the very first one because she is horrendous. She's evil. And, you know,
I think Kamala Harris is more unlikable than Hillary Clinton. She's just as phony. She projects phoniness. People that work for her speaking out against her. And I know that ABL is a conservative guy, but on the bottom of the feed it said Kamala for president. That's what they were discussing.
Mm-hmm.
And so then he gave his opinion, and to the other people, give them kudos. They let him speak his mind, and he gave his opinion.
Yep.
This is 4B. This is voters trying to name any of Kamala Harris's accomplishments. 4B, Phil, go.
Can you name a
Be
few
a
of
short
her
one.
accomplishments?
No, I can't.
What are some of her accomplishments?
I'll say that I just everything that I've seen, I don't think that.
Whoa.
No.
I honestly don't think she has any. The 4 years that she was in office as vice president, I didn't hear her speak once until like last week. So that's kind of my take on it.
They were voters in Atlanta, by the way.
Ah, where she just was.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
There's
Where the players play, of course.
Okay, well, they apparently don't know what she did for transgender inmates in the prison system.
No.
Because that you could call an accomplishment. Cut 5, Phil, go.
When I was Attorney General, I learned that the California Department of Corrections, which was a client of mine, I didn't get to choose my clients.
Right. A client of the Attorney General.
A client of the Attorney General,
that's
of
how
the
it
Office
works.
of Attorney General.
I didn't know.
That they were standing in the way of surgery
For prisoners.
For prisoners.
Yeah.
And there was a specific case. And when I learned about the case, I worked behind the scenes to not only make sure that that transgender woman got the services she was deserving.
Yeah.
So it wasn't only about that case. I made sure that they changed the policy in the state of California so that every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access to the medical care that they desired and need.
There you go. So they obviously didn't see that accomplishment.
No, of course not. So
that was major.
Yeah, so a January 6th prisoner has their constitutional rights violated, yet taxpayer dollars go to people that commit crimes. They're sitting in the joint, and we pay to have their penis cut off.
Yeah, well.
That's
By the way,
awesome.
that was a dude interviewing her.
I was just going to say that.
Yes.
And this was back, all of this was like 2019 when she was running. She basically was doing all this stuff to show people that she was going to run for president, which everybody in California knew. The minute she got in the Senate, she started running for president. But the interesting thing is all of these cuts now, they're slowly now saying she didn't really mean that. She's changed.
Yeah.
And that's what they're trying to cover up and have the media run and carry water for her, saying that's not how she feels now.
Yep.
And here's a little interesting little tidbit about her, what she accomplished. Yes, a male inmate who says he identifies as female can get the full surgery. But if you look at the statistics, that is not, they don't get the full bottom and top surgery. No, even though they're allowed to. They're only doing hormone replacement, which are pills, oftentimes, or injections. And that means that they still have all their parts. And guess what else has increased in female prisons? Rapes. I wonder how.
Yeah. All right, that'll do it. What's on the cut sheet part 2. We'll come back, find out what's on tap for Kathy Barnett as she's in for Dawn today, and then we'll wrap it up with what occurred today in music history. Back after this.
Help me escape. I'm talking about the new 2024 Tonale from Alfa Romeo. Tonale, beautiful. Wilmington Pike, built with the iconic grille, those 5-hole wheels. If you have seen this vehicle, it's a work of art. And for your convenience, you're going to find a hands-free power liftgate, a 10-inch touchscreen, 10 inches, keyless entry, a wireless charging pad, brilliant LED adaptive lights. This is a beautiful thing. And for a limited time, it's all yours. Lease a Tonale TI all-wheel drive for just $299 a month. $299 a month for 24 months. Just visit Alfa Romeo of Wilmington Pike, Chadds Ford for all the details. Alfa Romeo of Wilmington Pike in Chadds Ford. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
At California Psychics, we know that doubt can get in the way of your relationship. One moment you're enjoying a romantic date, the next you're thinking,
is this guy right for me? Could I spend my life with someone who has more hair on his feet than on his head?
then you realize you've been thinking out loud.
Wait, come back,
Thankfully, California Psychics can clear away the dating doubt. Our accurate psychics are available 24/7 to give you all the guidance you need to make the right relationship choices. California Psychics is the psychic service more people trust. That's why we can guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 80% off their first reading. Ah, I can smell love in the air already. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription.
Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, VH1, TLC, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR, so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere, for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:52. Kathy Barnett coming up in just about 7.5 minutes. She's in for Dawn this morning. We will also find out who won Twitter today. That's coming up in just a moment, but let's get to a Wednesday edition. Should be a very perky, chipper edition. Fresh off of a Yankees beatdown of the Phillies in extra innings. Phil Almquist, what occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 31st. I'll actually begin with a quick reminder on YouTube. What happened last night at the ballpark? Now, if you go further back, since I joined this show, Zach Wilson beat the Birds.
Oh, boy.
UConn beat Bama.
Oh, here we go.
And the Knicks beat the Sixers.
What is wrong
so,
with him?
Greg, for your FanDuel picks going forward, always pick my team over Knicks. Anyway, we celebrate the guitarist John 5, who's 54.
Yeah.
Bill Berry, the drummer for REM, who's 66. And M. Shadows from Avenged Sevenfold, who's now 43. Singlecoon Still the One by Orleans in 76. Love Gun by Kiss in 77. Honky Cat by Elton John in 72. And Same Old Situation by Motley Crue in 1990. Albums include Escape by Journey in 81 and Made of Rain by the Psychedelic Furs in 2020. Also in 69, Just for Linda Kearns, Elvis appeared in Vegas for the very first time. In 82, Eye the Tiger by Survivor was atop the singles chart. In 71, James Taylor was atop the same chart.
Yeah.
And in 95, Jamaica issued a commemorative stamp series honoring Bob Marley. But lastly, on this day in 2019, Woodstock 50 is officially canceled due to legal and logistical issues. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
You know, Greg, you give the producer an inch, they take a mile.
It's unbelievable.
A flamethrower to me, a flamethrower to Linda.
Yep.
It's just unbelievable.
I think that it was because we gave him props this week on air for taking Tony and Miss Robin to the
Exactly.
That's right.
To the
Listen,
airport.
I think he has all the right to just basically, puff his chest out.
Yeah.
So to speak.
Yeah, because Yankee fans that serves well here in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Exactly right.
He's making lots of fans.
All right.
Yeah, he's suddenly hated in the chat room.
I was just gonna say that, but hey, for somebody who's also hated in the chat room, it's kind of wear it as a badge of honor.
Good little spot to be. There you go.
FYI,
Phil rocks, literally, figuratively, in any way possible. Yeah. Phil rocks.
FYI, my COVID test came back negative.
Oh, thank God.
There you go.
Wow.
Yep.
Thank God.
It's just a cold after all.
Cold.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Which is the last time I had COVID was also just a cold.
Yeah, imagine that.
There you go.
All right, hang on.
Who won Twitter?
Matthew Kelly.
Who won?
Redbeard wins Twitter. He says, my doctor told me I had low T recently, but at least I know I have more testosterone than the entire group of white guys for Kamala. So, there you go.
Exactly.
There you go.
Well, that'll do it. All right, Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, everybody, for listening. It's always fun. Love
Fabulous
you guys.
3 days.
Yeah, amazing.
There you go.
Feels like it's a week because we've done a lot of moving around the last 5 days, but it's been fun.
I was just gonna say that you guys were here, then you weren't here, and then it was like a whole thing. But
there you go.
I like being in studio though. It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah,
yeah.
You should.
We need to do that more often.
You should come up to Philly more often.
Yeah, you should move back to Pennsylvania. The hell with Florida.
Yeah, they don't want to do that.
They'll switch. I'll go to Florida. You come here.
They're building a house. Why would they want to do that?
No, I'll take it over.
If I had the extra money, I'd keep the house in Philly because I have one I'm selling with my sisters. But
there you go.
I could still go back and live there if I wanted to.
Everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday. Enjoy the Trump rally tonight in Harrisburg, and we'll reconvene tomorrow at 6 a.m. Kathy Barnett is up next, and as John Fetterman would say.
Good night, everybody.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock